7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome.
Okay. Welcome everybody to the third round of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2024 from the Tollygunge Club from the city of Joy, Kolkata. And this is the first tournament of our 2024 season. We finished with all the nitty-gritties of qualifying and qualification statuses, and now it's down to the business end of things. Low scoring, Aditya, and sorry about this, but my co-host Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan.
Good morning, one and all. Welcome to the season opener of the 2023 PGTI. We are giving you live coverage of the round 3 played at Tolly Club for the Tata Steel Players Championship. Looks like a bright sunny day in the eastern parts of our country, and the golf course is looking as lush as it has ever played. So we shall be joining you and bringing you the live coverage of round 3. Here's a look at former winner on the Professional Golf Tour of India, Himmat Singh Rai, getting away and getting ready for his very first tee shot for round 3.
So this tee shot is precariously close to the gazebo where you sit down and have a bite and a drink, and it's kind of it's requires a lot of focus, this tee shot.
Yes, absolutely. With all the hustle bustle happening in the background, with food orders being placed or cell phones being ringing, but Kolkata is a very simplistic city, and members love their golf, and I'm sure they're adhering to all the norms which help the players stay in the zone and start the game the way they would prefer.
Yeah, that's one thing I've always seen, and there's so much of golf culture in Calcutta. This is where golf started in our country, and sitting in a clubhouse, you barely hear anything.
Yes, absolutely. Abhinav Lohan is looking to go the more conservative way for the day, opening of the day. He's sitting pretty at 7 under par, and the choice of club is hybrid.
Yeah, this is a placement hole. You need to place your tee shot on the right side of the fairway. There's a big tree that overhangs on the left, so if you kind of pull it a bit, you get blocked off, and then it's a much more demanding shot to a very narrow green.
Yes, absolutely. The third member of this group is Dhruv Sharon. He's 29 years old and will be looking to better his chances for getting towards his maiden title when he's sitting pretty at 7 under par, which is a commendable score for the first 2 days. Let's look how he can ferry about his round three and get closer to the super stellar performance by Mr. Prasad, who's leading the tournament at 13 under par.
Yeah, you know this. The for the viewers who don't know, this the cut was applied after 2 rounds, and 2 under for the tournament made the cut, which is probably the lowest it's ever gone out here. So you can see the standard of golf is getting better and better on the PGTI.
Yes, absolutely. A warm good morning to all the viewers who are joining us. I am Aditya Chauhan, and my co-host is Mr. Amit Dubey. We will be giving you live coverage of round three.
So
And
this,
and here's a look at another man who will be making his way through his round, which is Aman Raj. Aman already boasts a bag full of four title professional wins, accompanied with the local star player Mohammad Sanju. Sanju hails from Royal Calcutta and he's been a stalwart on the tour and will be looking to try and inch and make that dash appearing on your screens in terms of professional wins and put a number one over there. So all the players would be gunning for all the glory, which is the coveted title of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship presented by Tolly Club.
yeah, this is the group which is uh, finds themselves a few shots adrift. This is the 8 under, 9 under chasing pack, and our leader is at 13 under, Arjun Prasad. Well, last year he played the whole year recovering from a wrist injury, so I guess his wrist seems to be better now. And we have uh, Stepan Danik from the Czech Republic in 10 under alongside Sachin Basoya and Rahul Ganji. So 3 shots adrift though. Then we have a pack at 9 under Mani Ram, Shankar Das, Saptak Talwar, and Badal Hussain. As you can see, it's a little bit of a dog leg, really. And the tee box is on the left, where the arrow, where you can see it, there's some signage boards, and the green on the right is the 18th green. It's a very nice finishing hole. Leads to a lot of drama. It's a longish par three, measuring at around 200 yards. So there's a lot of drama that unfolds on number 18. And for those who don't know, the golf course, the Tollygunge golf course, was established in 1895, probably one of the oldest ones in our country. It'll be a toss up between this one and Royal Calcutta. And it was acquired from this, and leased, partly acquired and partly leased from the son of Tipu Sultan, which and it was initially an equestrian club. It's probably the top 20 country clubs in the world ranked, and has equestrian squash. It's probably got more things to do, and they have a grocery store. They have, you name it, they have it inside this club.
Yes, the tennis clubs, swimming pools, heated, everything. In all, it's a one-stop club for whatever needs you have. And here's a look at Abhinav Lohan, who has placed his ball in a very good position on in the center of the fairway. So the two different ways, what my co-host Mr. Dubey was mentioning is you can either go very aggressive, get a sandwich or a lob wedge in with your driver, but all the players of this group, like similar to Lohan, have placed their tee shots very strategically. So they have a
Lines look good, and it looks like he's pulled it a bit, Aditya, from the looks
yeah,
of it.
it's early days in the beginning of round three, so very possible that even the slightest miss it could leave him a tad bit short of the desired destination. As you can see, Himmat is also gearing up for a second shot, and Dhruv seems to be strolling. I think he pulled his tee shot and has hacked his way out towards roughly about 100 yards to the green.
And so Himmat, who's played on the Asian tour as well, I think he's won on the Asian Tour from what I remember.
Yes, Himmat has won a very strong playoff playoff group, which I think it comprised of 4 or 14 players or something like that. It was a very very long playoff, which he gruesomely battled and came on top. In fact, he had a near miss in a playoff against the superstar Sergio Garcia in Spain also when he was playing very well. So narrowly missed out on that title. He would be licking his chops and gearing up to get back to full season. I'm presuming he's available for the full season.
So the Dhruv using his distance measuring device. So now you're allowed to do it. In earlier times, it was not permitted. And this gives you basically it's a laser rangefinder which tells you how far you're from the flags, which allows you to choose the correct club. Makes pace of play faster. I feel which is very important because golf could then end up taking too long.
Yes, absolutely. Makes the pace of play faster. Also gives the player from even the slightest different angle the exact pinpoint yardage to what he needs to hit it. With all these professionals preparing so strong, so hard throughout the off season, yardages numbers are something which they would really prefer, and that's a very good third shot from Dhruv. Should leave him with a simplistic 12-footer for par.
So when it comes to wedge play, for most people who are club golfers, wedge play is traumatic for some most of them because they don't know how to hit particular distance, just know how to go full throttle at it. And professional golfers spend hours and hours trying to get this part of the game right because this is how they salvage a good score, whether they're in trouble or whether they've laid it off on a par five. This is something that they spend a lot of time practicing because this you need to actually practice a lot because you have to learn to control the trajectory and the spin, not just the direction.
Yes, absolutely. Well, as they say, golf is pretty similar to a regular day's life for any human being. We do falter by hitting errant tee shots, by making some mistakes in life, but that's the time when you have to be critical, crucial, and a little bit strategic to plot your way through. And as the way Dhruv has shown, he hacked out his ball from the left hand side of the rough and has given him a realistic putt for par by hitting that wedge shot close in.
Yeah. So the next group, Aman Raj, Mohammad Sanju, and Shaurya Binu, about to start their day's work in his very individualistic hat.
Yes, he's very popular with the hats in and around the golf course. Aman Raj has had a very prolific career. He's won multiple times and has almost would have taken the
Might
top
want
spots from last year as the Order of Merit winner, but had to contend with the very strong charge coming and clearing out the entirety of the rest of the squad, which was led and held by Om Prakash.
Yeah, so not just it's not just prize money that these professional golfers are playing for on the PGTI. It's a spot on the DP World Tour as well. So there's a lot at stake, and this is the first event. Like they say, well begun is half done.
Yes, absolutely. Here's the local man, Mohammad Sanju, also going more strategically with the driving iron, what I would presume. Seems to have lost it to the right
And looks like,
from
looks like
that.
he's trying to draw it in. I think he's got a bit. He's all right. On the right side, you're fine. Maybe just a little blocked by that tree. So there are these two big trees. One is at around 240, and one is at about 280. So
Yeah,
yeah,
rough,
it makes
yeah,
you.
it's roughly something like that. He probably would have a somewhat of a left to right cutter or a low punch towards the green for a second shot. And Shoreb Winu is next up on the tee, has also elected to go with the driving iron. So As you can see, it's not about all bashfulness when it comes to playing various different golf courses. If the hole demands a little bit of accuracy, the players do choose wisely, and
For,
Shore has done a decent job. He's just in the first cut, but looks like clearer of that
and for
tree.
those who don't know, that's not a dog. Actually a jackal.
Yes, quite a few of
Not, oh,
those. This wildlife is available in this venue, so you don't only have to contend with golf balls flying or the golf course being a little tough. You got to be awake and vigilant for some kind of wildlife
so
lurking around you.
love the transition that showed on this tee shot. There was no hurry in that golf swing at all, which shows that he's well and truly in control of his nerves.
Yes, at that age, I don't think nerves would be something which he would be worried about, but could be a little bit of excitement with the young blood and the freshness which he's bringing on tour with his game and his youth.
Himmat with his birdie putt on number one. Yeah, good start for Himmat.
Yes,
Birdie number one takes him to 9 under.
ideal start for him. He's stepping on the gas early in the round, making his presence felt to the leaders who was just about to tee off, and Dhruv seems to have missed his par putt. This would be to just make a bogey and drop just the solitude one shot. So not the way Dhruv would be looking to start his day, but nonetheless, he's put himself in a good place after two rounds and still has 17 holes to contend with. The way he's been playing, I'm sure he'll be able to
You know, the first
get back.
I would say 5 holes or maybe 6 holes at Tolly are the most demanding of on the golf course. It's like if you can come out of the first 5 6 holes at par, one over. Also, it's not a big deal because then the golf course becomes a little more benign, and then there are many more birdie opportunities. The first 5 holes are not exactly birdie opportunities.
Yes, the first poses its threats, second being a decent length par 3, and third is the tricky, lengthy dogleg hole, which stands at 415 yards. But you also have to contend with out of bounds and water hazards.
Yeah, I just feel like this number two is like a 8 iron for most golfers.
Yes,
Yeah,
roughly something between an 8
but
to a 7, depending on the
it's a very
flagstick.
narrow target though. It's very there's a lot of depth to the green. It could be almost from a 8 iron to a 6 iron on this hole, but a very narrow target to hit to.
Yes, absolutely.
It looks like he's overdrawn that a bit, or maybe not.
Came up just a little bit short. The second hole actually has three different tiers, so you don't want to be on the wrong tier as it would just simply make life a little bit difficult. And Lohan seems to have come up a tad bit short on the second hole.
Next on the tee is Himmat Rai, just making birdie on number one a few moments ago.
Yeah, it was very easy for Lohan to come up short as the flag is just in the front edge, and that false front would makes it a little difficult to just land the ball on the green and keep it there. And Himmat with his birdie on the very first hole would be looking up and down the flagstick. Very aggressive player generally seems to have shied it a little to the right than he would have preferred. But nonetheless, he seems to be on the correct tier. Very realistic chip in chance coming from him. And let's see how Dhruv ferries his slightly shaky start on the very first hole.
Well, golf is such a game. It's one good swing, and you've forgotten everything. So let's hope Duke makes a good swing on this one. Looks to be tad bit left, but it's on the putting surface. So
Yes, it's on the putting surface, just a little.
This is Tata Steel. And this is an idea. So, what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot over bridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
On the stimp meter today, so it's not incredibly fast. So if you, even if you're on the wrong side, it's not that much of a difficulty. Sorry, beg your pardon. That's 9.5 was in the first round. It's 10 on the stimp meter
Currently
today.
at 13 under par. Arjun celebrated his 25th birthday just 2 days ago. Arjun, how are you doing things differently this year?
I mean, I'm doing pretty much the same things, but I've just gotten my game's gotten better with in a lot of aspects, and I've been working with my coach, Mr. DP, Dipinder Kuldur at DLF, and that's really helped out the way I'm playing right now.
That's wonderful. I see you have a few favorite holes at Tollygunge. The first, the sixth, fifth, sixth, and 13th. You made birdies and eagles on all the holes. So, what is it about that?
I mean, they're just going on the right places, and I'm gonna make that happen more for the next 2 days, and let's see how it goes.
Great. What do you say about the course condition? I mean, I think Tollygunge is playing great as always, but this year something better.
You're absolutely right. I mean, the course is playing really well, and I think the fairways are great. The greens are rolling so pure, and yeah, around the greens areas are pretty nice. Bunkers are great. I think the whole course is playing really well right now.
You have a 3-shot lead. We want to wish you the best. Anything you're going to do differently in the last 2 days?
No, I'm just gonna play my game, and I think that should be good. Thank you.
Great. Many best wishes for the last 2 days.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, so that was our leader, Arjun. He's at 13 under, and we have on the screen Abhinav Lohan with his chip on number 2, the par 3.
Normally a very good, strong game player, Rohan. It's like a little bit short. Those rehearsals suggest that he didn't catch it as good as he would have liked. Yes, and that was Arjun Prasad giving the insights of how he's played for the first 2 rounds, and here's a look at Himmat Rai. Normally a very fast player, doesn't like to waste time. He's very quick on the shots.
He's got a good chipping action. Maybe two. You can see that he had to give it a lot of air because it was quick from there.
Yes, not only was it quick from there, the stuff of grass which came out suggested that he was also going against grain. So gives you an opportunity to see how various different players on very tricky and treacherous lies have different ways to hit that shot. Lohan went a little bit with a release where he dropped the ball
I always
early.
feel, Aditya, if it's uphill, make it roll. If it's downhill, make it stop. Just simple rule. So so you can see Himmat coming down the hill, so he had to give it a little bit of air, and Lohan was coming up the hill. He just chased it up the hill. It's the easiest way to make a decision on the ball. After looking at your lie, that is. The lie is the biggest determining factor. Okay, how is my ball lying?
Absolutely, words of wisdom which we all can adhere to make golf a little simple. And here's a look at throw after that very good tee shot in the second hole. He would be looking to make amends to the flutter which we had on the very first hole. Seems to have not read the line very true.
I think he just hit it too hard. He took enough line on it, but then it didn't match the speed to it. So
Yes, well,
it's probably a little faster than because last 2 days been 9.5, and this today it's 10 on the green speeds.
And here's the first look at the superstar Manu Kanda's. Here's the way he likes to play with the big guns coming out on the very first hole. So he's probably the first player we've seen with a driver come out. Manu, hailing from DLF Golf and Country Club, boasts a total of 7 professional wins. That's a very big number for a very young age.
and the
Not only
conspicuous.
yes, not only
Really,
has he done that, he's also won the Order of Merit for the last season. And now the man from Madhuban Meadows, Karnal, Mani Ram.
yeah, he's been on this tour for ages.
Yes, yes.
Very in play. Puts the ball in play. Goes around his job very slowly, cautiously. Really misses a cut. You know, piles up all that money at the end, keeps his card. And this is next one is Shankar Das. He's from Calcutta. Probably the two golf courses in Calcutta, the Royal Calcutta Golf Club and the Dolly Golf Club, both on each side of the road. And Shankar is from the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. And he has his own homemade golf swing. He when he first started, I remember he first came on tour. I was on tour that time, and he used to hold the club cack-handed, which is generally right-handers hold the left hand over the right on the grip, but Shankar held it the other way around, and he played the whole every shot like that.
Yes, Lohan seems to have missed his par putt on the second hole. Somewhat disappointed look from him. Maybe the ball broke a little more than he would have thought. Yes, getting back to Shankar Das, he still does that, and it's a way where it's a very uncanny way. But yes, a lot of players have been seem to do that. Even Matthew Fitzpatrick, the
No, I'm
British
talking,
Open
I'm
winner,
talking about every shot, not just chips. Every single shot was cack-handed. And another
every
person who did that initial year tour was Mukesh Kumar.
yeah, Himmat looking to clean up on for his second hole. So a very fast and somewhat steady start for Himmat Rai. He is one under par for the first two holes.
This is a golf course you can go to. If you get off to a good start, because six holes, if you can come out in two under or three under, you can go really low on this golf course because then the holes become easier and then a lot of birdie opportunities coming up. The par fives are very reachable. There's a couple of reachable par fours also. So there's a lot of birdie opportunities if you can get through the first five, six holes. And so a low round out here depends on how quick a start you get off to.
Here's a look at the group which will now be comprises of Badal Hussain and Stephen Danik.
This is our penultimate pairing grouping for today. This is the second to last group. Saptak did most of he did his college golf in the US. Came back, played on the Canadian tour for from what I hear, and he's presently at 9 under, 4 shots adrift of our leader Arjun Prasad. Really good shot game this boy has. Yeah, spends a lot of time on the putting green.
Yes, as the players are getting ready for the green fairway to be cleared up, we have a few players who have had a bit of a good start, which includes Shamim, Trishul, and Ronil. Sorry, Pukhraj. All three of them find themselves at 1-1 under par for a stretch of 3 holes. So that's a good beginning. Likewise is also Karan Tong. Karan Tong birdied the very second hole of his day and is one under par for himself. So people have started gunning towards the top spots, and will be a very exciting watch for the next few hours for how the very first tournament of the 2024 season has commenced, and these are the live coverage of the Tollygunge Players PGTI professional tournament happening. The Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2024 presented by Tolly Club is underway, and round 3 is being telecasted on your screens. Here's a look at Shankar Das. Shankar Das hails from this very city, and this would be his second home course, if you would like.
Well, I think these pros prefer to play at RCGC. The practice facility is more elaborate out there, and also the golf course is more demanding, and it's better to practice on a more demanding golf course. Gets you game tighter.
Yes, absolutely. Narrowly missing out on that lengthy birdie attempt, Shankar Das. And as the group of Saptak, Badal, and Stefan gears up to get ready, here's a look at the opening tee shots for Saptak. Saptak sitting pretty active.
Saptak sitting at 9 under, 4 shots adrift.
Yeah, Saptak also electing to go with the hybrid, a more common choice of club with most of the players. Seen only 3 drivers come out.
So ideally, you want to shift this starting in the middle of the fairway, leading to the right, and then leave yourself mid to short iron and to a front left hand position.
Yeah, hybrid and the length these guys possess, they would be coming in with a 7 iron or maybe 8 iron from what the distances they were doing.
Down the standard.
Yeah, Saptak seems to have hit it in Lohan territory, so he is under his round is underway, and he has placed it in the correct spot.
This is Badal Hussain from Bangladesh.
Yes, Badal at the age of 33, he from Bangladesh, next door neighbors. Pretty similar conditions for his home course in terms of weather and turf, as his home course is not very far off from where he is currently. And he is also electing to go from what it seems like to be a 3-wood.
Yeah, it looks like a fair metal. Yeah, just lost it a bit to the right. You can see how somebody's helping us with the direction.
Yeah, that ball quickly disappeared to the right, and there's to hoping that he gets some kind of a line and a angle to make his way towards the green.
This is Stepan Danik from the Czech Republic, coming through the Q School this year. Age 27.
So Stefan has had a few years of professional golf as he turned pro in 2018. But as you see for the wins column, it is on a blank right now. So he would be looking to make amends on that from the years bygone and put at least one, very fast start. Also electing to go with the driving iron, as elected to play the golf course on the very first hole with a more strategic point of view.
You can see that he's very built athletically, so he doesn't need to show his athleticism of the tee walks.
Yes, I really don't think he would have to. He looks like a tall, fit guy. And the way he's hit his opening tee shot doesn't seem to be bothered about mid to long irons coming into fast pace. So it'll be an exciting watch for how the play unravels for all these young stars
So
in the making.
we have a couple of new players on our tour. One's who won the qualifying school from Chile. He shot 59 the day his fellow countryman shot 59 on live. It was the same day. Yeah, and Matias Dominguez from Chile. He's come to the qualifying school. He won the qualifying school at Olmori. He's presently at 2 under with scores of 69 and 69 for our viewers. This is a par 70 golf course.
Yes, with the change in price purses in terms of increasing money and world ranking points, we this season saw a lot of international players making way towards the qualifying school and trying to cement themselves and getting playing privileges on the Tata Steel PGTI.
So this golf course has three par fives and five par threes, and the rest being par fours. So it's a par 70, and for our viewers who have just started playing golf, generally championship golf courses range between a par 70 to par 72. There are very few par 73s, and the par is basically the number of the shots stipulated to finish the whole golf course. So if you take 70 strokes today to finish this golf course, you have shot even par. Anything less than that is the number of shots under par.
Yes, absolutely. Good insight for the players who are trying to get their golfing life started. That is a good piece of information. And now a look at the young stars on the tour. Stefan is going to go first, and
You can see how narrow it gets at that point. Where
yes,
if you hit it 10 yards further, it gets the narrowest. So he's hit it exactly where it's the widest. So good choice of club off the tee. He's hit it to the flat of the fairway.
yes, absolutely. Electing to place the ball off the tee showcases his way he likes, how the way he likes to play is more strategic and relies heavily on his accuracy of the second shot. So this would be an exciting watch to see.
Gets a little bit inside on the way back. So it's going to be a little bit of a reboot back on the way down.
Seems to have come up a little bit short on the right hand side. And yes, if you look at these visuals from the drone shot, they are very self-explanatory that just a little ahead, maybe 10 yards ahead of where Safta's ball is, it is a bottleneck which is very narrow. So, hence the reason why the players are electing to stay short of that very narrow bottleneck.
So, for those who want to know how to make your strategy, probably one of the best tips I got from a very famous player was look back from the green towards the tee, and then you'll understand what the designers tried to do, and then just play to the design.
Yes, good words of wisdom to understand the different layouts and make life a little simpler while you're
You
playing.
see that Saftak has a different way of swinging the golf club compared to Stefan. Stefan gets a bit inside and reroutes it from the outside. So, and Saftak is a little bit above, going back, and then he gets it back on plane. So this will encourage more of a right to left ball flight.
Yes, absolutely. Saptak has had a good opening second shot on the very first hole. Has a somewhat lengthy birdie putt coming for himself, but yes, he's on the dance floor and he is
And those white dots, ladies and gentlemen, are divots. So divots are it's the turf that a golfer takes out when he hits a shot.
it's
And
very
now,
important to replace a bit of sand from where you hit so that the fellow players you're playing with do not end up in those scruffy lies.
no, it's more important that the gas goes back at the same level because if you don't fill it, then there'll be small holes on the fairway. I think if it's probably easier to hit it from a divot than hit it from the sand in a divot because it's probably tougher golf shot.
Well,
You can see two on the dance floor here on number one, and this number one green is a joint green between number one and the par five seven, and it's probably one of the longest greens you'll ever come across.
yes, that is true, and we'll soon see what happened with the shot. Looked like it was Badman's shot.
Yeah, he's found the dance floor. He hit right the furniture, got out of it.
Yeah, and here's a look at the final leader group, which comprises of Sachin, Basoya, the last winner of this tournament, and
The defending
the
champion.
defending champion, and also the superstar jovial Rahil Gange in the background. Local lad, he's made his way back on to the.
He got married over this break. So pictures.
Yeah, he got married over this break or in between?
Yeah, between
In
the
between cinema.
no, between the tour finishing and this tour starting.
Awesome. Is congratulating him. I'm wishing him a very speedy light years recovery.
Prosperous
What?
wedded life. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, with Rai, everything is a bit of a puzzle. So I'm also stumbling with choice of words. But yes, here's a look at Batshuayi and his career hailing from Delhi Kolkata. He boasts a total of two professional wins. He had a very good season last year and would be looking to get towards a fast head start towards that.
And Rahel, just came into they started Toronto PGTI towards the latter half of the 2023 season. So, and got some really good, finishes towards the end of the year. So he's on a high right now as far as confidence goes.
Yes, absolutely. There's a very good part from Stefan. I think Stefan was just a little bit short of the green and has. And he's hit it very nicely to given range, yes, as they say, but no givens in stroke play well, so he'll have to clean that up.
Given or gimme is a golf terminology which club golfers use when they play with each other and when the ball gets really close to the hole and they know their opponent is not going to miss it. Given or gimme, so you pick it up and the next one shot.
Yeah, it would be a bad addition on professional golf also to just get
No.
one footer is being given would make life very there'll be some serious arguments of whether it isn't given the range or not if that actually happens.
By the way, they used to speed up play golf course and circles around the hole, and if you go inside the circle, you can pick it up. So just to speed up play because sometimes otherwise golf gets really long.
Yes, absolutely. And here's a look at the captain, Sachin going with his 3 wood, placing it a little further up so that he can have a better, shorter club coming in.
Yeah, it just seems to have tugged it to the left a bit.
And here is the ever jovial, energetic, somewhat young man, Rahil Kenji. Rahil hails from Royal Calcutta and boasts a total of 6 professional wins. He's going with the way and his personality is with the big guns. The driver is out for Rahil. Generally, a very, very steady player and a very, very good ball striker.
I like the balance in his golf swing.
That ball seems to be working back towards the fairway.
You see, it is, he's hit it quite far actually.
Yes,
He might be clear. He might be clear. He can easily run underneath it.
yes, absolutely. If you hit driver, the advantage is that you are somewhat inside 100 yards, and from the angle which Rahil has, it won't be a very difficult approach shot.
And this is now our leader, Arjun Prasad. So Arjun Prasad is an army officer, child also, like you and I are.
Absolutely. Brigadier Prasad son, Arjun Prasad, very keen golfer himself. Dad, both father son keep dueling out with each other. I've seen them and had the privilege to play with both of them quite a few times. Now Arjun, with his opening tee shot for round three, has selected three wood as his choice of club.
Looks like he has just leaked it right a bit. And Rahil Ganji's wife on his back, as usual.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
Shared between hole number 1 and number 7.
It's absolutely Rahil coming out with all the guns blazing on the very first hole, and both his players playing partners, Sachin and Arjun elected three woods. Yes, not only Rahil, I think Saqib and his wife are also a duel which keeps happening on the.
And for a long time, our fellow host was on ground, Amandeep, his wife used to carry for a long time on the Asian tour, and had it was hot and humid in Southeast Asia. Carrying that big Wilson bag was no mean task. It was, I used to always tenacity to carry that golf bag of his.
Absolutely, not caddying is as it is a task in itself, and with big staff bags can be quite a ordeal for anybody.
That time, you're not allowed trolleys in golf tournaments, from what I remember.
Yes, absolutely, it's a new thing which is it. And here's a look at the second hole, and Stefan has
Maybe needs to a little longer club. Tall lad.
wait and watch.
Is it exactly where Dhruva did his execution? I can tell Stefan right now it's from there.
It's quick and it breaks a little less than it looks like. Yes, absolutely. And what an interesting watch is that Badal, even after clearing his tee shot, had managed to birdie the very first hole. So that's a very impressive start by him on the very first hole.
Golf is such a funny game. You don't need to hit three perfect shots to make a birdie. One, maybe two is enough.
Yes, absolutely. And here is his approach on the.
As long as you kind of miss it in the right place. It's a game of misses, basically. You have to miss the close, miss in the right place. So you don't have to give yourself so much work.
Yes, absolutely. The way these players are playing, I don't think they're worried about their misses. The only way, the mode which they've got on is to try and catch on the leader, who's at 13 par, is try and come out with all guns firing. Because Arjun sits clear of the chasing pack in the trio of Stefan, now Badal, and Rahil Ganji, who are at 10 under par. So they need to be all these three players need to do a little bit of catching up, because the way Arjun Prasad has been going about his business in the round 1 and 2 doesn't look like he's going to step off. And now Saptak on the second hole with his upward shot coming.
Yeah, he's swinging the club well, so hopefully he should have some more shots like that. That was a really good swing he put on that tee shot. On number 2, Sachin from the right side of the fairway. On number 1, perfect angle to this flag, front left flag on number 1. And he's left himself a really makeable 10 footer up the hill. You can see Rahil just has to bend it around the woodwork. Next to play is our leader, Arjun, just leaking it a wee bit, but it's absolutely clear from there.
It looks like he's
Yeah.
just a little bit in the first cut, but the angle which he's coming in is pretty good. So he has a few options.
Might
Unless
have a little bit of tree cover in front of him.
yeah,
Yeah,
the
looks like
overhanging
yeah.
branches could be a little bit of a
Either
bother.
needs to keep it a bit low or bend it around it, one of the two.
Yeah, but the way he's swinging, it doesn't seem like he's got any sort of bother other than the ball being in a little bit of a scruffy area where he is not getting fairway.
So this is where you guess how far this ball is going to come. There might be a little bit of club base and the ball at impact. Yeah, it looks like he's chosen to go left to right. Just underclubbed it a bit.
Yes,
Might have found the
quite possible. It seems like he has. So exactly what my co-host was trying to explain to you that once your ball is in the rough, it becomes a little difficult to gauge the distance because of the contact being a little varied as grass is tall enough to be trapped in between the golf ball and the club head, which severely impacts on how far or less the golf ball is going to travel.
It depends on how it can. If you generally it comes out further and has less because it has less spin in it. Because backspin is negated by the grass. But sometimes when you're playing for it, it actually you catch it better than you think you're going to catch it, and it comes out shorter. So it's kind of it's actually he's caught it better than he's thought he would catch it.
Yeah, that seems to be the case, but Bunker is a relatively easier shot, and Arjun boasts of a very strong shot game, so I don't think he would be perturbed or bothered about that right now.
I think
Because in
if you
his
don't have a good shot game, you can't be 13 under after two rounds.
absolutely, he has gone through a stretch of 36 holes for round one and two in totality with just two bogeys. It's very commendable.
So you can see live feed one has green number two, the par three, and live feed two has the par four number one on split screen.
Yes, Badal after his on the very first hole would be looking to move a little quicker towards the leader if he can drain this birdie putt.
Well, this looks like something close to 30, 35 feet, left to right, slightly uphill. You can see it's quick after the. Remember, it's this ball rolling past. That's remember when Stefan needs to be careful about this one. This can get away from him very quickly.
Yes, absolutely. Both the balls of Dhruv and Badal just kept trickling away from the hole the second they went past the hole. So, yes, a very good observation. I'm sure Stefan would have learned a thing or two from his playing partner's role.
Yeah, Stepan from the Czech Republic. Oh, I'm sure he's loving the weather here. It's freezing cold in the Czech Republic right now. Rahel just coming up shy with his first shot in the moment. Remember, he was in the rough on the left. We needing to hook it around the trees. voice zone, but we're back with our voices. Arjun with his par putt on number one, having found the bunker with his approach shot.
Yes, he seems to have hit a very good bunker shot and a very makeable par attempt coming his way.
Yeah, the way he's been putting, you can almost give it to him.
Yes, circling back to the gimme given zone, it's a little longer than what it is. Yes, and let's see how the nerves are with the young man. Spot on. Rolled it very nicely. Looked like a very smooth stroke.
Yeah, there's no nerves in that. It's if you make a putt that distance on the first hole and leading a tournament, it gives you a lot of confidence in your putting. And golf is a game of confidence. You have to ride on confidence most of the time.
Yes, absolutely. Just like any other sport, confidence will get you a few steps closer to your desired
So you
result.
can see how far Ryan has hit his first putt. It's faster than what players think it is.
Yes, interestingly,
And this one moves a lot, right? That's how Abhinav, missing it on the left. Sure enough, they're not taking enough line on that.
yes, absolutely, because on the way down, that ball won't have broken that much. It's a difference when it makes while you are putting with the grain or against the grain. The ball seems to break a fraction more than what you would have anticipated. And here's a look at Rahil, who cleaned up on the very first hole.
Ryan with his very individualistic putting methodology. Yeah. I was, the season ended last year. I watched him and he three putted twice in the last 4 or 5 holes to come up short of Gaganji. Okay, Badal with his par putt on number two, also running it by.
Yes, absolutely. It's difficult to stop the ball from the middle of the green towards the front edge where Badla hit it from. I hope he's learned a thing or two from his playing partner and
It moves a little
caters
more.
for that.
Yeah, see, he's a good learner.
Yes, I guess that's why he is sitting pretty at 10 under par.
So coming back to Rahil's performance at the season ended for 2023 in the Tata Open in Jamshedpur, and he three putted twice in the last 4 or 5 holes to lose by one. But both those putts were very long. But he rides so much on adrenaline. I know him; he's a very close friend of mine. He hit both his approach shots about 40 feet past the hole from the fairway, and both where he ended up three putting. I just thought, he was riding so high on adrenaline. Maybe that's something he can, think about how he needs to manage it.
Yes, absolutely. Rahil is a former winner and a very well established player. So I think he would have taken note to that and would make amends and quickly be back into the numero uno spot and be lifting up trophies in no matter what.
When he was a young boy, about 2 to 4 5 years younger to me, he used to be out of the he used to be off the ground at impact. Yeah, long hitter, by the way.
Yes, absolutely. He is a long hitter.
Sachin likes to work it right to left. You can see from that the way he swings the club, and we should tell him that it's fast from there. Take a little extra line. So for people who say, okay, how do I manage my speed on the green when it's really fast? Just take a little extra line from what you think it is, and that will make you hit it softer.
Yes, absolutely. Line reading is a very thing, and as you get better with your game and move forward in your career, it becomes a little easier. Nonetheless, demands absolute attention and not an easy thing to do. Here's a look at Rahil coming up with his first shot of the second hole. That's amazing first shot on the second hole. Rahil has placed it in what we would like to call a gimme zone and has hit a very, very solid tee shot on the second hole.
Yeah, he's put the ball in Arjun's court. Let's see Arjun's reply to it.
Yes, I don't think we've seen anybody closer than Rahil on the approach shot.
You know, and Sachin, the third member of this group, has won this tournament last year, so he's running high on confidence as far as his performance on this track is concerned. Probably hit it exactly where Himmat hit his tee shot.
Yes, he is in that similar territory. So it would be fun to watch what kind of flight he chooses for his second shot. But yes, highlighting more on the tee shot by Rahil, will give him a very, very good look at birdie and try and inch up ahead of that chasing pack, which is sitting at 10 under par. So the round is on, and the leaders have finished their very first hole where Arjun Prasad seems to have dropped a shot. So that part what we saw was for bogey.
Well, that's
A rather unfortunate start to his round, but he still is two shots clear, which could change very quickly as Rahil has a very makeable birdie putt coming up on the second hole.
yeah, it's you know, he's shown a little bit of nerve of the tee shot and just flared it out to the right of number one, and then number two also just a bit right again. So maybe he's trying to work it right to left and it's not coming.
Yeah, that's true. Both Sachin and Rahil engaged in some very important conversations. They don't seem to be bothered about what's happening around them or where the balls are. As
Ryle is a really good, is really fun to play with. It's non-stop chatter
yes,
with
he's
him.
very, let's call him an enterprising, somewhat young man. It's he's always joking around and keeping the mood light, which is very, a very unique and very nice way to gently be around for your playing partners.
You know, it's always been like that. So, and but very competitive, really competitive.
Yes, that he is both on and off the golf course. Extremely fit person, rather struck by injury last season where he couldn't play, and because of the injury, he lost his playing privileges on the Asian tour. So I'm sure in no time soon he'll be back to his former glory, winning titles left, right, and center, which he's done on various different tours, be it the Indian tour or the Asian tour, and even the Japanese tour.
He won his first pro tournament not on the PGTI. He won it on the Asian Tour before the PGTI in at the Beijing Open, the Volkswagen Beijing Open. Oh, a really good chip from Arjun, choosing to not give it that much of air. Something, you know, it's just a choice that you're more comfortable. Maybe had a really good lie, knew he would get enough
Bite.
purchase on the
Yes.
green when it landed.
He narrowly missed out on holding out that chip. That
Yeah.
ball had a very good look at the bottom of the hole.
Yeah, absolutely. So his chipping nerves are holding up. And we wish we could tell Sachin it's much faster than you think it is from there.
Yes, with the man being the defending champion, I think he'll know a thing or two about these greens. And
Let's see if he's figured it out better than the others. Let's see if he can. Let's see how he goes about this one. Let's see if it's better than most.
just a few seconds away from that question to be answered.
Okay.
And he's
No,
actually
probably the same length as the others.
He's actually hit it better than the rest of the players what we saw from now. I think he just overborrowed on the break a little bit. The distance department looks pretty okay.
Yeah. So, a little bit of work left though. We've seen people misread that putt.
Yeah. And now is the time where Rahil would be looking to step up and inch a little closer to his playing partner Arjun Prasad, who's at 12 under par.
This one moves.
This is actually a very interesting part because Arjun would be eyes open like a hawk on this, as he's just about a foot ahead on the very similar line to where Rahil is going to make that putt from.
Yeah, it's about left edge firm.
So, a bit of a important moment in the tournament, as they would say.
Yeah, good putt, Ryan.
Yes,
Ryan plays a lot in Tolly. Um, Probably as much in Tolly as he does in RCGC. So he's very well versed with these greens.
yes. Rahil recently moved base from Calcutta to Bangalore. So, but all the time of his growing up ages, he would have mapped this golf course like anything being the back of his hand. I mean, if somebody asked him, I think he would have clocked in about 1,000 rounds on this golf course.
Yeah. So, no, Vishnu with his par attempt on number two, having learnt a lot from Rahil's putt. It's good to see that he's not hurrying things. Yeah, well hold, young man. So this is showing this. The way he went about going through a whole process just shows that he's well and truly in control of his nerves, and the slow start has not led to anything more than just one shot, and I'm sure he'll get it back soon.
Yes, absolutely. Not easy to get your very first win with that much of an ease. And here's a look at the defending champion to clean up for his par attempt.
Well, there are four people lined up right behind him right now at 10 under. And now Ryle has gone to 11, so the lead is just one now. Arjun at 12, Ryle at 11.
Yes, so in a span of two holes, the three-shot lead has disappeared into just one single shot. So it will be exciting to see how it transpires in the next coming few holes. Can Arjun Prasad increase that distance from one to a few more, or will we see somebody rise to the top other than himself?
You can see that on your screen, the green on the right is of hole number 2, and on the left is the par 5 seventh hole.
Yes, a very interesting hole.
It's a severe dog leg from right to left.
Severe dogleg and completely blind tee shot. Here's a look at Sakib.
Yep. Very distinct swing of Saqib Ahmed. We're playing hole number 9.
Yes, a little further along there
Straight
around.
par 4.
A relatively easier hole, the ninth, as it offers you a somewhat wide fairway than rest of the holes at Tolly. But nonetheless, you still have to hit it like
Playing alongside Brijesh Kumar and Rajesh and Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal, also known as Boni.
yeah, Rajiv Kumar Jetiwala is known by a few names. So here's a look at the approach shot on the fifth hole by Aman Raj. Seems to have placed it in the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, it's a narrow driving hole, so not a driver hole as such. You hit a hybrid or a fairway metal into this really narrow chute, and from there it's a mid to short iron.
Yes, absolutely. Fifth is not at all a driver hole, as it's a very bottleneck opening for where the driver is going to end up, as in the ball hit by the driver is going to end up. So mostly everybody is going to elect with a driving iron or a four iron to lay up to about 150 yards, 125 yards, and
Yeah, it's actually a particular yardage that you need to hit. Otherwise, the trees in front come into play, and then you need to hit it over the trees. So you hit a particular yardage off the tee, and then you're left with like I would say mid to short iron in to a fairly generous green.
yes, absolutely. Sakib has marked his ball, but he has seemed to have pulled his second shot, the approach shot on the ninth. Sizable birdie putt coming up for him.
People leaving themselves with relatively long birdie attempts on number nine. First to go will be Rajiv or Boni.
Yes, interesting. He's choosing to keep the glove on while he's putting.
You can see it's a little risky on his technique.
Yeah, he was a fair distance away, but has he given it.
मेरे साथ है सचिन बसोया, लास्ट ईयर के विनर। सचिन, पिछले साल आप जीते थे 16 अंडर पार, इस साल ऑलरेडी लीडर 13 अंडर पार पे है, तो क्या क्या लग रहा है?
सर पहले से गोल्फ ज़्यादा अच्छी हो रही है और प्लेयर भी अच्छे खेल रहे हैं, तो अभी 3 शॉट आगे है। 2 दिन पहले 2 दिन का मैं 10 अंडर पे लीडर था, अब 13 अंडर है, तो और ज़्यादा फोकस से गोल्फ खेलनी है और आगे जाना है।
बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हो, 2 दिन में 10 अंडर पार। आपके शोल्डर में इंजरी है, डिस्पाइट दैट आप इतना अच्छा खेल रहे हो, सो नो डाउट आपकी गेम टॉप ऑफ द लाइन है। बट क्या इस साल गोल्फ कोर्स बेटर खेल रहा है, हवा कम है, क्या इशू है जो आपको लग रहा है कि इस साल स्कोरिंग बेटर हो रही है? काट भी 2 अंडर पार पे गया है।
सब पहले से गोल्फ कोर्स बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है, ग्रीन भी अच्छी खेल रही है, हवा कम है, पिछली साल हवा बहुत ज़्यादा थी और ग्रीन बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छी खेल रही है, कोर्स भी सॉफ्ट खेल रहा है, अच्छा खेल रहा है ग्रीन पे।
आपको क्या लग रहा है, कॉन्फिडेंस है लास्ट 2 डेज में?
सर कॉन्फिडेंस तो है, बस थोड़ा सा मैं शोल्डर की वजह से थोड़ा परेशान था, वो नेक प्रॉब्लम हो रखी है, उसकी वजह से हिटिंग अच्छी नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ। वैसे कॉन्फिडेंस ठीक है।
आप बेस्ट विशेस, हैव अ वेरी गुड वीकेंड।
थैंक यू सर।
Banked and Rajiv has worked his way around the professional golf tour of India for umpteen years. You can see the technique that they use is a little different from each other. Rajiv a little more wristy, Sakib a little more more body oriented putting stroke, and which allows a golfer to control distance better because the wrist is a component that will add speed to your stroke and not necessarily needed in putting.
Yes, absolutely. Different players, different choices, how to go about their business. Very unique individual way for most of the players when it comes to putting. Rajiv not only risky but also holds the left hand lower, rather different than the conventional way of going about business.
A very nice roll on the ball. You saw how soft his hands were.
Yes,
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, रिहाइड्रेट, फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर, या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे, तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
Kind of first important thing for putting is, I would say, line reading. If you can't read the line, you can't hold a putt.
true.
And for that, you use whatever methodology you want. So coming back to our partners, so learning how to read the line is an art, and the best putters in the world
Behind Rahul Ganji. Rahul Ganji suffered an injury. He was out from golf for a long 8 months. And I have with me his wife, newly wedded wife, Ruhi. Ruhi, are you the change in Rahul Ganji's game? He finished 6th on the order of merit, having played only a few tournaments last year. What is the difference that he's doing?
I think he's just practicing a lot more, to be honest. I know, like, as much as I would like to take the credit, it's really not. It's all him. There is nothing that can take away his efforts into what he's doing and how much perseverance there is with him. Like, he actually thought, after the injury, he didn't know if he can come back on tour or not. So he really got, it was like a kick in the butt saying, listen, you got to get started.
You're the X factor. Without the X factor, it doesn't happen. The golfer's luck. But you are one of the two wives, you and Ruba. You are the two wives who are caddying for their husbands. Yeah. So how does it feel? Is it fun to be alongside him?
Yeah, absolutely. There's I absolutely love caddying because it's actually like taking a walk in the park with the one you love. That's literally it.
That is
because we talk about so many things. There's nothing that we don't speak about, and I think that's what helps him keep his mind off golf. So it's a lot of fun, yeah.
That's fantastic. It's really good. I think it's a great inspiration for the rest of the girls in India who are going to be marrying golfers, that they can be a part of their partners and play with them on the golf course. Absolutely. Thank you.
with his chip. Relatively short par 5, so very reachable. Severe dog leg, so getting the tee shot in play is the key. Not necessarily, don't need to hit it that long. You just have to put it in play. And next, from the green side bunker, Samarth. This is Akshay Sharma on your screen, playing alongside Karan Tonk and Mohammad Azhar on the par 3 8th hole. Azhar with his bunker shot. Yeah. Leaving coming up a bit shy. Now it's Akshay Sharma with his bunker shot on number 8 from the other side. You can see that his ball must have been plugged there because he had that. He was rehearsing, trying to get it out of a plug lie, and that's why the ball has released so much once it hit the putting surface. And the third member of this team who has found the green on number 8, Karan Tonk. Karan from Jamshedpur. This is the group of Shaurya Binu, Mohammad Sanju and Aman Raj. Mohammad Sanju with his putt on number 5.
Yes, Sanju just coming up a little bit short, and Shaurya and Aman respectively have sizable putts coming up for their attempts. Here's another look at another young player using the aim point technology to understand and gauge the greens a little bit better.
The first person on the professional tour who to actually do this, and probably is the one who propagated it most, is Adam Scott, and he's been using it for over a decade now, and really helped his putting. So it's some people like it, some people don't, but you should try everything and see if it suits you.
Yes, whatever helps you achieve lower scores. In this case, the youngster made full use of that technology and read the line to perfection. That's a very good shot on the ninth hole. The realistic birdie putts coming from two different lines from Akbar and Karthik is what I would presume, as they found themselves on the ninth hole.
Well, that's a view from back from the green to the tee on number 5. Shankar Das in the center of the fairway.
Yes, we can see two balls in the middle of the fairway, and both have the best positions to be in. Seems Maniram has hacked his ball from the left hand side, and it appears to be his ball. Whereas Shankar is in the middle of the fairway and
Yeah, Maniram
ready to go.
taking his medicine, chipping it back into play.
Shankar seems to be disturbed by something on his left hand side. I wonder what's happening towards his left. He's looked three times before he's hit the tee shot. He hit his second shot and now seems to be waiting for somebody to come in.
Probably his playing companion in the rough on the left, which will be Manu Gandas. Shankar playing alongside Maniram and Manu Gandas. Well, our leader still Arjun after parring number three and one shot adrift. Badal and Rahil at 11 under. Badal at the in your background waiting on the tee box on number five.
Yes, and finally, it's go time for Shankar Das on hole number five, and his approach shot seems to have hit the middle of the green and has a very good birdie attempt coming towards hole number five. And I'm still wondering what's happened with Manu Gandas's golf ball.
Maniram with his third shot on number five, having chipped out of the left rough back into play. It's a hole where you don't want to actually try too much because it's a very narrow opening. It's not visible on the screen right now, but it's a very narrow opening into the screen. So you'd rather hit a wedge than have a tough chip on this hole for your third shot.
So they are waiting for the crossover on the sixth as people who've just hit the tee shots are making their way across the fairway.
Yeah. This is probably one of the only places you have a crossover out here. The tee shot on number seven is, especially from the championship tee, is played across the fairway on number five. Maniram one-handing it. Looks like he's pulled his approach into number five. Sorry, that was his third shot.
Was not enjoying the fifth hole at all. And another look at my co-host, Mr. Amit Dubey, and I am Aditya Chauhan. Good morning and welcome for all the viewers who are joining us for the live telecast of the 2024
PGTI Players Championship from Tollygunge. Kartik Sharma on number nine for his birdie, narrowly missing.
Wow, that looks so good. Caught pretty much most of the hole.
It's easy to find Kartik. He's probably one of the few left-handers on our tour.
Yes, Karthik and Jairaj, I guess, are the only two left-handers in the field.
It's always kind of funny playing with a left-hander. Normally, you stand on one side of the tee box when a right-hander is playing with you, but for the left-hander, you have to go to the other side.
Yes, it is a little uncanny when you're playing with the left-hander because not only do you have to be careful which side are you standing upon, you also have to be little deliberate in not disturbing the player as you're constantly in his eye line.
Yeah, so few things which I found kind of funny was playing with a left-hander, and then but they look much better than a right-hander swinging the club.
Yeah, because you're used to analyzing right-handed players
It's
so
almost
much.
like a mirror image of what of the golf swing. Maniram coming up short and left on number five.
Yes, Maniram has had three goes at it and has still not found the dance floor. So he needs to be a little extra careful with his chip shot on hole number five so that he does not drop more than a single shot on this hole.
Yeah, he's found the beach, I think.
Yes, he has.
Yeah, pretty decent shot, bunker shot from there. There's a tear on it, and you have to land it on top of the spine.
Yes, from that angle, the green is a little elevated from where he was coming, and reasonably done by Maniram on that hole. It's back to the flat stick now to make sure he doesn't drop more than he would have liked.
On the ninth, Saptak Talwar. No, sorry, that was Sarthak Chibbar. I'm always confused between these two. They are very similar names.
Yes, very similar names and somewhat similar body types. Now, Akbar seems to have missed his birdie putt, and this is a cleanup act for his par, which he has done nicely. So, with 9 holes done with this group, they would be moving towards the second half, with that is the back nine on the golf course.
The 10th hole is a relatively easy par 5, so it's a very benign start to the back nine. And the 11th is a tricky par 3, though it's not very long, but it's tricky. And the 12th hole is probably more the most demanding hole on this nine.
Yes, 12th is one of the trickier holes on this half. I would rather say that the second half gives you more scoring opportunities in terms of making birdies comparatively to the first half.
Yeah, Manu with his birdie putt on number 5. Yeah, just running it through the break.
Yes, Manu makes his way back after playing on the European tour last season, courtesy the collaboration and the merger between the DP World Tour and the PGTI, which offers the number one player for the season to be able to secure playing privileges on the DP World Tour, which Manu made most of it. And for this season, he finds himself back on the PGTI. Manu, who has a total of 7 title wins under his belt, would be a player to watch out for this complete season.
Let's give a big thank you to our partners, PGTI, to our partners, starting with Tata Steel. The Tata Steel Group is among the top global steel companies with an annual crude steel capacity of 33 million tons per annum. It's probably one of the world's most geographically diversified steel producers.
Yes, and here's a look at Shankar Das after that approach shot on the fifth hole, trying to make trying to make a birdie and move inch closer towards the leader.
Yeah, with his, that had such a good roll on it.
Yes, that ball never left the middle of the hole and ended up in the bottom. So that's one shot picked up by Shankar Das.
Yeah, and let's get back to our other partners. Amrutanjan Fruitnik Electroplus, our beverage partner. Amrutanjan Healthcare Limited is a 127-year-old company with a rich legacy and is the best known for its iconic brand Amrutanjan Pemban. Well, a big thank you to them. Also to Distillery International Private Limited, to giving us Distillery mineral water with Vedika Himalayan spring water, the water that our professional golfers drink on our tour.
Yes, and a very crucial part coming up for Maniram because he was in trouble and he's made somewhat of an amends by holding that lengthy bogey attempt. Never a good feeling for a professional golfer to drop a shot, and the help of the flat stick made sure that he just dropped one.
And Rolex also one of our partners, and it's been associated with golf for more than half a decade, with Arnold Palmer becoming a Rolex testimony. So big thank you to all our partners: Tata Steel, Amrutanjan Electroplus, Bisleri, and Rolex.
Yes, and the 2022 Order of Merit winner Manu Gandas is on your screens, former winner. Manu is somewhat absolutely to himself kind of a person, doesn't, and very nicely old, doesn't talk much, but doesn't need to, as his clubs do most of the talking. Yes, all these lovely live feeds of professional golf being played and covered on various different venues throughout the season is courtesy big names, courtesy generous people, courtesy companies which make an effort to see that sports sees the day of light, which is Tata Steel, Vedika Himalayan Spring Water, Amrutanjan Amrutanjan Fruitnik Electro Plus, and Rolex, the tour partners for the Professional Golf Tour of India. A big shout out to all these big brands, big names, and a very welcome requirement for the sport so that it can be career options for various different players. Now, here's a look at the leaders. Arjun Prasad sits pretty by just one single shot after he's played his 3 holes, where he's seeing a solid charge coming towards his pole position in terms of Badal and Rahil inching towards just a single shot difference between them. Badal, who's birdied 2 of his opening holes, is 1 shot behind the leader. That's Abhinav Lohan on the 7th hole, the dog-like par 5 cleaning up. And here's a look at Himmat Rai. Here's a look at the 5th hole approach shot coming in. That ended up somewhat in Shankar Das territory.
Yeah, they should ask Shankar for the line, which will not be possible.
Yes, Himmat on the par 5 7th. I hope hits his birdie putt as not wasting much time. He's got a very solid stroke, and resultant of that solid stroke is that he's rolled the ball comfortably at a very good pace in the bottom of the hole.
Yeah, Himmat going along steadily. He's, I hope, I'm not sure what that putt, but he was 1 under playing that hole. So that might take him to 9 under. Just 3 shots adrift of the leader now. Looks like this group is a bit behind on their pace of play. They seem to be in a hurry walking.
That's not walking anymore. What these 3 are doing, they're trying to catch up with the group ahead. I just hope they're not too far back, as the rules of golf do not allow you extra time to play any particular shot. The standard system follows 50, 40, 40. 50 seconds for the very first player to hit a shot, and thereafter 40 seconds each for the number 2 and the number 3 player hitting. So that the pace of play is good, and we don't hold up the playing players behind us.
Yeah. So Stepan on number 5, having found the putting green. Well, it's important, it's otherwise, the pace of play, if it gets slows down, it affects a lot of things. At the end tomorrow, well, there's going to be a prize distribution, and people have to catch flights and to the next venue and all those things. So pace of play is very important to maintain.
Yes, absolutely. As you can see in the backdrop, right behind the flagstick on the far side is the referee's cart. I guess he's keeping a close eye on the pace of playing going good. In the beginning of the tournament, we did have a rules clinic where all these things have been explained to the players who are beginning their journey for the very first time, and a quick reminder or a refresher for the veterans. Most of the players are well versed and know these rulings of keeping in touch with time and the group ahead. But it's a good reminder for all of them, and especially the young players. There seems to be some kind of issue with Stepan's ball, I guess.
And with all, so and our tournament director Sampath he's so meticulous in marking the golf course correctly and completely that you generally have no doubt on a ruling. I remember him saying it to me once that if you need a referee on a hole, they haven't done my job properly. So marking the golf course so that the rules are very, whether you're going to get a free drop or a penalty drop or whatever it is that the job of the tournament director who's on our tour is Sampachari, and he's a veteran. He's also refereed at the Masters.
Yes, absolutely. For someone who's been on tour for a while, I think the trademark feature or the trademark of the tour is Mr. Sampachari. He's a very helpful person, but when it comes to rulings, he is meticulous to the T, as it should be. Now, Stefan has a bit of a tricky chip coming up as he's overshot the green by just a few yards, and his short game touch looks very nice. Came up just a little short, was pretty much on line.
Yeah, it's left himself a very, very makeable par, but on number five. So not much work left there. Short game is like an insurance policy for a professional golfer. It's you need to have a solid insurance policy.
Yes, absolutely. As a few players are done with their 9 holes, I guess I don't guess, but what the stats suggest, Shamim Khan is enjoying his outing in the back nine of Tolly Club as he is 4 under par and has made the changeover towards the front half. Shamim, who's won multiple times on the tour, a very prolific player, would be interesting to see how he fares for his front nine.
Yeah, for any of these players to give the leader any threat, they need to go really low today. So I'm talking about the pack starting at 4, 5, 3 under. They need to put their pedal to the metal.
Yes, for them it's all flags are green lit, and they need to be sharp with their game as showcased by Badal as he's 2 under par for his first 4 holes and is just merely a shot behind Arjun Prasad. Arjun has somewhat steadied his ship as he had a little bit of a shaky start, as you could call it, on the very first hole. But nonetheless, a stretch of 3 pars in the next coming holes. You never know when he also changes gears and tries to run clear of the chasing pack.
Yeah, a few pars after making a bogey, a few pars is always good. Is kind of get settles down your nerves, and you can go about
Your business.
yeah, finding form and getting back into a birdie run or whatever you want to call it.
Yes, and Saptak Talwar from a fair bit distance away on the fifth hole would be more interested in the pace and the merger of line in this.
And he's done a good job on that. This boy spends so much time on the putting green.
Yes, I remember I've seen him spending an extra amount of time than usual on the putting green, and it seems to being paying off as that putt came out from a different country code. Another player who's having a good outing is Jamshedpur-based Karan Tonk. Karan Tonk has cleaned up his front nine in 31 shots, which is 3 under par. So he's also making a good headway towards catching the leaders. He sits pretty at 9 under par. And now for Badal Hussain of Bangladesh, a bit of a tricky, lengthy par attempt coming up for him. Very, very nicely done. He seems to have dialed in as far as the speed is controlled because all his putts are coming up with a very steady pace. So, goes to show how comfortable the player is while he's putting if he's got that good speed control happening on green after green. Now, an important putt for Stefan as he's at 9 under par and would not look to drop a shot from a very simplistic up and down, what would be the case.
You know, starting off the first tournament of the year, holding putts has there's a kind of a there's an attitude to holding putts in tournaments. It's not just making a good stroke and stuff like that. It's you play tournament golf also, and there's an attitude. Okay, that goes into making putts in tournaments, and it's their first tournament of the year, and generally
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Raj, the man from Patna, has a very, very tricky chip shot coming up for him.
yeah, he's got to give it a lot of airtime if he wants us to stop close.
Seems to have set up for that. A high flop coming up.
Yeah, just missed his spot, landed on the downslope. You need to pitch it all the way up onto the green.
Yes, a very difficult shot, but nonetheless, I think that would be his birdie attempt coming up because if he's found himself at that spot for his chip shot, would goes to say that it would have been just a little overshoot with the long iron on the tricky par 5 seventh hole. And now the local star, the international flavor, as if you can call him, as he's played on so many tours, is Mr. Rahil Ganji, wasting no time on hole number 5 for his approach shot and has put himself at a very good length where he will have a relatively uphill birdie attempt coming up on hole number
Yeah,
5.
Ryan is when I was looking at the scores yesterday, and I said, okay, Vishnu is sorry, Arjun is going well, but uh, Ryle is really good on this golf course. So it is probably for me it was the person to beat when I looked at the scoring sheet.
Yes, absolutely. The drop shot from Arjun has made the chasing pack's life a little relatively easier as the 3 shot deficit is just to a single shot. And we have some serious contenders in terms of people trying to catch him. If you look at the people tied all the way till 10th position, you have a lot of tournament winners in terms of Rahil, Shankar, Manu Gandas, Sachin. They all are multiple winners, and you can't count them out as all of these players have serious capabilities of shooting low under par rounds.
Yeah, the thing is, it's always difficult to win your first tournament. Probably more difficult than winning a second or third one because then you know probably what you need to do.
Yes, here's another look at a very lengthy, tricky putt from Mohammad Sanju. Seem to have dialed it very nicely in terms of break, but just a little overshoot. It's very easy from the position which he had hit it from because he's on a different tier altogether. So it's not only breaking from sharply from his left, but also a very severe step down towards from where he was hitting.
Well, you know, if you he missed it on the higher side and he left himself a very easy return putt. So all in all, a good attempt. Arjun, I mean, hit it over the green on number 5. Has a little bit of work cut out.
Is he in Stepan's territory? Yes, looks like
And
it.
he's hit a brilliant chip.
Come on, go in, go in, go in, go in, go in. Did it go in? He did.
He didn't need to use his putter on that hole.
That's brilliant touch from the young man, and gets acknowledgement from his playing partners.
Uh, just something like that. This is a momentum changing moment for him. He was heading in the wrong direction. It just the car has just turned around and come in the back in the right direction.
Yes, absolutely. That'll be a big leap for his confidence, as that wasn't an easy chip, which he made looked very, very simple.
And we thought Stepan had hit a good chip. Yeah, that was just brilliant.
There's nothing taking away from Stefan's chip, but Arjun just did it to perfection.
Ryle with his birdie putt coming up. Now, it's just changed the whole energy in this group. That chip, it's it's going to be hit with a little more seriousness.
That's a great attempt by Ryle, just coming up a fraction bit short.
Yeah, 4 on number 5 is never a bad score.
Yes, absolutely. As I mentioned before by my co-host, Mr. Dubey, a lot of holes over here. I mean, a lot of tee shots over here force you to play the hole a certain way, where you can't just be bashful and go all out with your driver. Such is the case with hole number 5, and now is the look of the defending champion Sachin making his birdie attempt. Very, very nicely done. So this is a hole where both Arjun and Sachin have made birdies, and
They finished this hole in a hurry, yeah?
yes, absolutely. I mean, Rahil was maybe 2 rolls short of making the third birdie in the group. Goes to show how brilliant our leaders are at it, at each other's throats, if we might call that, to get away and get ahead of each other and take the title home. Early days, as we are still in the front half of round 3 of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2024, presented by Tolly Club.
Well, Arjun, that was big momentum changer. Sachin, you can see is very comfortable on this track. Pace was perfect, led it to perfection. Holding a putt is marrying the line with the speed that you desired. So it's very important to get your speed control on putting correct if you want to hold putts.
Yes, absolutely. On those short videos which we shot, which we had just showcased, Sachin had said, "You just have to focus and play a little better to catch the leaders." He's doing what he had thought and implied upon, and here's an approach shot on hole number
8, the
8.
par 3, with by that was Shaurya Binu.
Yes, eighth is a not a very lengthy hole, an elevated triple tiered green, and makes life very difficult in case you have missed it left, right of the green side.
All the par 3s at Tollygunge are they're not no rollovers. You need to hit a good shot. It's not extremely long, but there is a demand of difficulty to the hole.
Yes, absolutely. It starts with the second hole and the very treacherous, tricky 18th hole, where bunkers got the hole, the OB lurks around. So very, very difficult par threes when it comes to Tolly Club. You got to be very precise and careful with them.
Yeah, I think it's a very the par threes are very nicely designed, and the sixth hole as well. It's other greens are have width depth to them. That one has width to it, so you're it's a wide green with very little depth to it, and with a long iron, and so you need to get the club selection correct. And the 18th is the other way around. It's a long hole, but the green has got a lot of depth to it and very narrow, so very different scenarios as far as the par threes are concerned visually.
Yes, absolutely. They need a certain degree of attentiveness in case you want to get ahead in the chasing pack and catch up to the leaders, as the pathways are tight and difficult on this hole.
All three finding the dance floor here: Shaurya Binu, Aman Raj,
Yes, and
and Mohammad Sanju. This is the group of Himmat Rai, Abhinav Lohan, and
Dhruv Sharon.
Div Cheron, making their way to number 9.
Yes, their pace of play seems to be very good, as you can't see the groups behind them in the far side. All three quick players, and I think Dhruv has
Himmat 1 under today.
overshot the green a bit. Oh no, you can see his coin over there. He's just getting a better look at it. There's Lohan rehearsing his putting stroke to be very meticulous about that, because he's got a sizable length birdie attempt, which I'm presuming he's got from a different tier. You can see the amount of break there is on that. And that's a very good putt, just narrowly missing out on holing from that far out. On live feed 1 and on 2, you can see Aman Raj identifying the spot where he wants the ball to roll over.
Very important aspect to visualization of a putt. Finding a midway point where you want the ball to. Basically, you shorten the putt by doing that. Um, you hit a target closer to you, which in turn leads to you hitting the target, which is the hole at the end. Coming up a bit shy, running out of steam.
Yes, absolutely. And on your screens is now Dhruv Sharon trying to see what line he's going to take from the back of the green. Seems to be a little left to right, a little downhill.
Having a dismal day today, Dhruv. 5 over today. 2 under for the tournament. This might put a little bit of wind between his wings.
This is a
Just
very
now-
good stroke, but didn't find the desired result. Nonetheless, a very small tap in left for him.
Shankar Das looks to be playing the par 5 7th hole. Everybody seems to be chipping it past the hole here. The green seems to be a little more firm than they envision.
Yes, at stimp of 10, they're running true and fast, because Shankar from that rather precarious lie hit a very good shot, but the ball seemed to just keep going. Nonetheless, he's got a makeable putt coming up. I'm hoping that's his birdie putt on hole number 7. While all of this is going on, the latest winner of the Q School, Matthias, has showcased that he knows a thing about scoring, as he's 4 under par for a stretch of 6 holes.
So, for the people who don't know much about him, Matthias is from Chile, and he is also went to Texas Tech to do his college, which is he was teammates with a very famous, very upcoming star of the PGA Tour, Ludwig Aberg. They were teammates, and he's also the Latin American amateur champion.
So he's got some.
He's got some pedigree.
Yes, he's got some real world experience in playing professional golf on different tours.
So for people who don't know who Ludwig Eber is, he was one of the stars of the European winning Ryder Cup team.
Seems to be somebody who's disturbed Maniram.
Maniram
Otherwise, generally very.
on a bogey train today. He's had 3 bogeys in the last 4 holes, so looking to salvage something.
And he does that ball drops at the last roll while it was dying out of steam.
He came home drunk and fell into the front door.
Whichever way it did, I'm sure Maniram is glad that that ball decided to find the bottom of the hole, and even his caddy was making that last gesture on the slightest percentage of that ball finding the hole. Now here's the look at the superstar, not in the making, but already won, is Manu Gandas with those prolific wins, 7 titles in such a young age.
Yeah, he's gathered a lot of. You can see from his body language. He's gathered a lot of experience playing on the DP World Tour, and he's. I think it's taught him a few things, and I'm sure it's going to show its true colors in the years to come.
Absolutely, a very meticulous human being in terms of not only his way he plays, but in general life also. I'll just tell you about it after Shankar Das has made his attempt towards his
And
hopeful
this
birdie
is
putt. What,
this is
what we are
bread,
hoping.
this is bread and butter country for Shankar. He's I give him 8 chances out of 10 he's going to hold this.
Yes, he is in generally a very, very strong short game player.
Yeah, and he's got his own method, but it's very effective.
Yes, homegrown method of playing, how he goes about his game, but effective to the tee.
And that was one of those 2 times that he was not going to hold it. Looked like he had misread the line there, Aditya.
Yeah, easy possible sometimes to it's the margin of missing the line is so high that even the most best of players in terms of like Shankar Das can miss out on such parts. Yeah, so building up on what all Manu has achieved is nothing short of being a superstar already. I remember one of the events we were playing. We were staying in the same venue, and he was next door neighbors. I just walked into his room. He had more gym equipment than a small time gym in his room, with therabands and yoga mat, with foam rollers, massage guns. Everything was right there, and he was tediously at his routine and working out. So goes to show that what happens on your screens is a byproduct of the efforts, the work ethic, and the demand which is required for the game. Now, Manu eyeing up his birdie putt is what we are presuming.
Oh, he used the whole hole there. Well, I got more lip than Mick Jagger.
Yes, absolutely. Nonetheless, it's one stroke, one shot, and it will be counted as one putt on the screen. Shankar Das to clean up for his par attempt on hole number 7.
Yeah. The thing is, like the green speed has come from 9.5 to 10 today. So on Bermuda grass screens, which has a lot of grain on it, it's basically cutting out the grain. And it might get you fooled as far as line reading goes because the grain affects the turn also. But you can see that he overread it because if it was slower and the grain was, as a result, more grainier, it would actually turn more.
Yes, absolutely. And Maniram has hit a very good tee shot on hole number 8, the par 3. He would look to remedy his scorecard a little bit more than what has transpired in the past for him right now. Maniram, after those three bogeys, we certainly hope that was a birdie putt on hole number seventh and is cleaning his slate and making his scorecard back towards red colors, which is under par in this profession.
Manu, his tee shot on number 8. Brilliant tee shot to gimme range, I would say. So
Yes.
Manu's heading in the right direction quickly.
Absolutely a matter of time. Can't keep a star athlete of Manu's caliber down. That ball, not only brilliant, narrowly missed out on being a hole in one. Very, very pretty shot by the former winner.
And that putt, from the information we're getting right now, was for an eagle. So he has eagled number 7, and he's 11 under now. And our leader has birdied number 5, which we saw on the screen, has moved back to 13 under. Now there's a trio at 11 under: Manu, Gandas, Badal Hussain, and Rahil Ganji chasing him down.
But after that tee shot from Manu, I think Manu is going to quickly jump towards a shot closer from the leader, which will be at 12 under par. So people are gearing up, and the pace of play in terms of scoring is heating up for the leader as he's being chased by some very, very strong professional golfers in terms of getting to the number one spot, be it Manu, Badal, Rail, Sachin, Dharma, Karnton, all including Shoaib Binu itself. All these players find themselves at least 1 or 2 under par, if not more. Sachin is the only silent player in this group who's made one bogey, one birdie, and is at level par.
Well, it looks like everybody's catching up with the leader, but he's just had a moment in changing chip in birdie on number 5. So I think that must have really steadied a lot of her nerves.
Yes, absolutely. That would have definitely helped him calm the nerves, and is hoping that he steadies the ship a little bit more and can put a little bit of daylight in terms of being the leader. Wouldn't be an easy task as all these players have the capabilities of being the winner of this tournament, and it's pretty much a shootout from here out for so many players being bunched in such less number of shots between the difference in terms of each other. And here's Manu cleaning up for his birdie. Didn't waste any moment, just tapped. It was so close that he quickly went about the business and has moved on towards hole number ninth.
Well, that takes Manu to 12 under, just a shot adrift now of our leader Arjun Prasad. Shankar also having a little bit of a roller coaster day. He's had birdie, bogey the last few holes.
Yes, as Shankar giving all the attention this putt needs because it's relatively sizable. While the time he gets ready, a very good initiative which started last year was Monday qualifiers have started happening on the Professional Golf Tour of India. As a result of that, somebody who's missed out on Q School can get another attempt to get his playing privilege for that week. So we had 21 players playing that for the Monday qualifier, out of which two made through. Aaron Rocky and Arjun Bhati were the two players who did that. And Aaron Rocky has made the most of it as he also played well for the first 2 days and made cut and currently is sitting at 2 under par. Now a look at Shankar Das making his birdie attempt
Number 8.
Wow, that must have looked good all the way. Just dove a little extra than he would have anticipated towards the end.
Yeah, all in all, good attempt. He's not left it short. He just has a tap in. So the whole percentage from 30 feet is probably on PG Tour must be like 17% or something like that. So nothing. Sometimes when you need to play well, you need to hold a lot of those putts. If you want to go low, you need to hold your 15, 20, 30 footers to post a low number. But the average on the PGA Tour from 30 feet would be about 17 to 20%.
From the distance, Money Ram is the make percentage would be pretty much similar, if not lower, but he's given it a decent whack. And
Oh my God, he
wow,
just got dropped.
yes, that is what, ladies and gentlemen, it's called a daylight robbery. That ball looked so good, totality of it. I like the expressions his caddy gives. He's rewinding the clock and showcasing the replay of what exactly the ball did to his player by showing how it missed the cup. Sorry, how it caught the cup but missed the bottom of the hole. And from another country code is the birdie attempt coming up from long distance on fade 2, hole number 7. But in all, it's a very good lag putt from Saptak.
Yeah, very emotive caddy Maniram has. The seventh green is actually a common green between number 1 and 7. Probably one of the longer greens I've seen. A lot of undulations to it. The undulation on top actually divides the green into two parts.
It's a very rare sighting to see such a scenario where one particular singular green is played in two halves, both as hole number 1 and as hole number 7.
Probably one golf course which has a whole bunch of them is the oldest golf course on earth, St. Andrews. It has quite a few of this particular aspect, but not very common these days. Yeah, making a little too much borrow there, Badal. All in all, good attempt. Got a little bit of a knee knocker coming up. This is the trio of Stepan, Saptak, and Badal. Stepan from the Czech Republic, won over today, 9 under for the tournament. I didn't know that. I don't think the Czech Republic has that many golfers. It's not a very golfing nation.
I'm not well versed about that, but we have a duo of Czech players on our tour, and both of them have made cut. So it's a good thing. They'll have company to each other. Oh, sorry, my bad. Bit of a mistake on my department in terms of identifying the
Those
flags.
two countries are quite far apart. Chile and the other foreigner who's playing, and he's making him a lot of ground today is the qualifying school winner, Matias Dominguez. PGTI is such a great platform for the youngsters, find their, refine them and fine tune their skills with its collaboration with DP Tour. You can also find yourself playing on the DP Tour. Badal Hussain with his putt coming up on number 7.
Yes, Badal, after that lengthy long distance putt, has done a brilliant job from that far out to clean up.
Yeah, I'm not sure if
He'll-
that was a par or birdie putt. If it was for birdie, then that will take him a shot closer to our leader, Arjun.
Yes, absolutely. And even Saptak for that matter, he's hit a very good lag putt from that far out.
Yeah, but our leaders found got a little bit of momentum on us. He's just birdied 5 with that chip in, and he's birdied 6 with as well. So the lead is at 14 under now for our viewers. Well, that was a cry of 4 from the people who are playing number 7. Hence the duck and saving his head by Stepan. So he gets a little bit inside on the way back. Yeah. Finding the dance floor, 30, 35 feet for birdie on number 8. Next on this in this group, Badal Hussain. That was confirmation that that was a birdie putt for Badal, and he is also at 12 under now. Working it right to left on number 8. You can see how his the release, how he's released it. Tells you how he's wanting the ball to spin. And the third member in this trio, Saptak Talwar.
Yes, Saptak being careful about his alignment, and rightly so, because it is a tricky pin position. Don't be baffled how good Manu had hit it, but this flagstick does require a little bit of attention and being careful.
Perfect. That's why he must have wanted that ball to finish. Anywhere between the center of the green and the flag is a good place to leave your tee shot. Leaves yourself a relatively easy uphill putt.
Yes, absolutely. All three players are doing a great job by keeping the center of the green in play and moving the balls towards the flagstick. Is a look at a drone shot of hole number 5th is what I think.
You see how the club changes direction on the way down. Lovely images brought to you by ABP.
Yes, absolutely. All three players having a different spectrum of range in terms of takeaway and downswing. All three very effective. And terms of effective has is the case for Arjun Prasad as he's moved towards red figures for the day and is at 14 under par. So the first man to reach there is the overnight leader, Arjun Prasad. Here's a look at Shankar Das. I'm presuming it's
Yeah, that's his bunker shot on number 9. Probably the longest bunker shot you'll get on this golf course.
yeah. I think he would have been in a spot of bother with his tee shot because otherwise that bunker is relatively out of play for a player of Shankar's caliber. That has to be something which he should never be bothered about. But nonetheless, this game can do funnier things, and when that happens, you just need to take the medicine and be careful so that you do not drop a shot.
That's Stepan sizing up his birdie attempt on number 8, the par 3. So it's his honor. He's furthest from the hole. In golf, etiquette requires the person furthest from the hole to play first. Arjun with his chip on number 7. Looks like he's got his chipping dialed in. He's had 3 really brilliant chips today that we've seen. The chip on number 2, then the chip on number 5, and now the chip on number 7, leaving himself no work. So, not presuming that's a birdie there. 7 being a relatively easy par 5. Sachin just yanked it a bit. Missed his landing spot by a wee bit. From the looks of it, he was trying to land it just short of the putting surface and he landed it on. So it's released 15 feet by. Stepan with his longish birdie attempt on number 8. Oh, just coming up a wee bit short. Read the line quite well. Third member of this leading trio, Rahul Ganji, looks like he's found the putting surface with his second shot. Yeah, he's on the fat side of the green. He's got a little bit of his work cut out. This ball has got a serious amount of left to right borrow in it.
Yes, side slope and away. So very tricky putt coming up for Rahil.
Yeah, anything within 3-4 feet from there is pretty good.
Meanwhile, Badal is giving all the attention to this hole also. There you have the assistance of his caddy giving him words of information, so it would seem to help his player perform better.
Badal comes from very similar playing conditions, so he's very well versed with the way the ball rolls on this particular variety of grass. And looks like he likes to hit down on his putts. Generally, when you hit down on it, it bobbles and comes up short.
Yes, and can easily be done on this hole as from the angle Badal was coming up, it was more of an uphill putt for him.
Looks like Rahil is lagged it up to perfection. He's already found himself on the next tee box. He's cleaned up for his birdie.
Yes, now Sachin with a relatively tricky putt on hole number 7 and Saptak on live feed 2. Saptak has that birdie. I mean, Saptak's putt is for birdie and just a little bit of a over borrow by Sachin on live feed 1. Let's see what Saptak has to do. That he gets some kind of understanding about that the putt is a little uphill and needs to be whacked a little harder from taking note of Badal's putt. Yes, he did that, but a little bit of a comparison drift. Saptak underborrowed the break, and Sachin on live feed one overborrowed it.
Generally, that happens. One was an uphill putt and one was a downhill putt. You overborrow the downhill putts, you underborrow the uphill putts because you want to hit it a little firmer on the way up. So, line is also dependent on the speed. When you have so Badal cleaning up with his for par on number 8, which will keep him at
Right. I think he overread it. It really didn't move. That's a costly 3-putt. Very unlike Manu. He's usually a very good putter. Drops him down back to 12 under. We've got Shankar Das cleaning up. He's also made a bogey. So ninth, all in all, has played a little difficult because of the pin position, 25 and 4 back.
Now here's a look at the eighth hole once again, with this time the man who's leading the pack, Arjun Prasad.
Yeah, he's had a trio of birdies coming into this hole. It's 15 under for the event, 2 under for the day.
We'll soon have an update where that ball has ended up. But for the moment, Arjun, after those 3 birdies, seems to have found his mojo back for the week, as he is back into red figures, which he has been doing very, very nicely on the rest of the first 2 days. Here's a look at what Rahil has to offer for all of us, as Rahil has himself birdied hole number 7 and is at 12 under par himself.
Well, if Ryle is looking to start this somewhere in the center of the green and work it back towards the flag, which is on the middle left of the green. And he's done exactly that. Maybe just overdrawn it, but still on the and very, very close for birdie now.
Yes, a
Very-
prolific shot
very
by
much like Manu was on this hole.
yes,
Similar
on the
shot.
different sides of the spectrum, but both of them have managed to hit brilliant tee shots on hole number 8. And here is the chance and opportunity for the defending champion to showcase his skill. Not that we doubt his capabilities, but it's good to see a ball right next to the flagstick motivates you and encourages the player to do so for himself.
No, it's there's a lot of holes left in this tournament. For no need for him to get a little desperate or anxious, or whatever you want to say. There's a lot of golf left. This is just the time of the round where you need to make sure that you don't make any silly mistakes, no unnecessary risk to be taken. If you're just patient, this golf course offers a lot of birdie opportunities on the back nine.
Yes, absolutely. Sachin is comfortably sitting at 10 under par. I can easily understand his edginess to move closer to the leader, but as a tale of wise, it's always important to keep finding the dance floor and give yourself birdies with the putter. Eliminates the probability or possibility to dropping shots. While The leader is sitting pretty at 15 under par. A great round in the terms of scoring is being showcased by Jamshedpur-based Karan Tong. Karan is currently 5 under par for his first 12 holes, and he's trending in the right direction in a very fast pace. He finds himself at 11 under par, tied third with Manu Gandas and Badal at 11 under par. So showcase of how brilliant scoring can be done on this golf course by Karan Tong. Karan has got his playing privileges back through the Q School. He's been a prolific player throughout his life, and he is showcasing why is that.
Yeah, he's a fit boy. He's spent a lot of time on his getting stronger and faster. And he's if anything, he's hitting it further than he used to when he was younger. So that's always keeps you in the game, because the modern day golfer, the average age is getting lesser and lesser.
Yes, the endurance of the age bracket is also getting bigger. If you look at it, how the people are keeping themselves fit and are being able to play for longer durations. A good example would be a superstar senior veteran Jyoti Randhawa, who won the qualifying school just a few weeks back.
Yeah.
So age is just a number.
I was
and
talking to him. He said, "You know what? With the equipment, I haven't lost any distance. I'm hitting the same distance. So, on the European Senior Tour, the Legends Tour, the yardages are not that much because scoring is so much easier there." Sachin with his birdie attempt, and we saw where Arjun has hit his tee shot on number 8. It's probably the last place you want to miss that tee shot on number 8.
yes, Arjun generally is a draw favor player, so it is realistically possible for that ball to go over there. But he's found his mojo and a very good putt from Sachin, evading the hole somehow. But yes, it's very easy to miss out on any shot, especially if the flag is tucked into the left and you're a draw player. But he's hoping that Arjun makes amends of that and tee shot and can escape with par.
Yeah, just what I was trying to reiterate was that there are places on the golf course where you don't want to, on a hole that you don't want to miss
Absolutely,
it.
there are a few
There are
no-go
places,
zones.
there's some jail and there's some which are relatively okay to play off from. And on 8, the green slopes so severely from back to front, and he's hit it over the left on number 8. So he just kept himself in a precarious situation.
This eighth green is back to front and somewhat of a saucer bowl kind of an effect on this green because you can't miss it on either sides. It inward shapes towards like a concave lens where everything is
Yes.
circling towards the center.
Yeah, so this is, his form might not be a bad score from there. Just it's not. Let's hope he gets 3.
Well, with the chipping capabilities he
Yeah,
showcased on second and fifth hole, we wouldn't be surprised for a miracle escape.
you can see how softly he's gripping the club. So that's very important for short game to have a really soft grip pressure. So he's taken his medicine. He's played to. At least he's given himself a chance to salvage par. He can try to become a hero and give one more back than he should have. So I think that's a good head on his shoulders.
Yes, absolutely. As you can see from that angle, had he attempted to come close to the flag, that ball could have further distanced itself, could have even ended up being not on the green. But he's taken his medicine and time for Rahil to leap forward towards the chase, towards the leader. So very, very simple. gimme putt as we are trying to push for that to go. And yes, very nicely. Good to see the galleries enjoying some stellar golf being played in their home course. For those who are watching this online, in case you are in the city of Joy, Kolkata, please try and get out and see live action happening in your home course at Tolly Club.
Yeah, Rahil, local lad, and he's got a lot of fans in Calcutta or Kolkata now.
Ryal's got fans all over. I mean, I'm a big fan of him. I
And
enjoy playing with him.
I recognize one of the spectators. That's Govind Atwal, Arjun's brother, elder brother, in the white T-shirt. Very ardent golfer himself. So Arjun. Well, the way he's been rolling the putts, I'm give him a 50-50 chance from here.
Yes, he's done a great job for saving his par attempts on a few occasions, and
He's got
I
a
won't
lot
be
of
surprised if
borrow
this
in
goes
it,
in.
Aditya. He's aiming 4 or 5 feet right.
Yes, I can see that, and it's still turned furthermore.
Yeah, but good roll on it though.
Good roll, great read. Rather unfortunate that he missed out on that.
Yeah, you saw that even.
He's got a birdie putt, about 25 feet. The pin position today is quite treacherous. It's top right, 25 and 5 from the right. This putt is going to break from right to left. Speed is going to be the control. Oh my God, that was a great try. I've seen a lot of players who've actually hit it really by, because as soon as the ball crosses the hole, there is a downslope which the players are not being able to read. And earlier, about 10 minutes ago, Manu Gandas made a 3-putt on hole number 9. So hole number 9 is proving to be a little treacherous for a lot of players. Badal Hussain, though, is at 11 under currently. Now we've got the Czech, Stepan Danek. A similar line, though I think it's going to break a little more from right to left. But again, speed control is going to be the key. I think about almost 1.5 feet, 2 feet right is where he needs to start his ball. Looks like a good pace. And there you go. Great birdie by Stepan. Brings him back to 1 under par. Stepan is from Czechoslovakia. He went to the Q school this year, and he's really enjoying playing in India. I spoke to him earlier. He said, you know what? The people here are lovely. And Kolkata obviously brings the sweet speaking Bengalis. And he's enjoying himself, this young man. You've got Saptak Talwar, not having a very good day as yet, 1 over par, but he's played a great shot into 9. Again, the ball's going to break from right to left, and he can make a little more aggressive stroke, I would presume. This will be really important putt for him. Again, misreading it. I don't think he made a good stroke on the putt. But that's what the difference is, you know. When you're making or missing the putts just a little bit, your ball is not striking the middle of the putter. You're losing direction. Badal Hussain to try and save his par and stay at 11 under par. This putt is definitely going to break from the left to right. He in fact has a little uphill as he comes up to the hole. So typically a very speed putt. Overread it. Overread it. That's the second player in last 10 minutes I've seen making a 3-putt on hole number 9. Not very happy. The Bangladeshi. A lot of Bangladeshi players have come onto the PGTI, and you're making a good living here. Back to you in the studios.
Hole. So that takes him to 2 under for today. And 9 under for the tournament. Shankar playing his bunker shot on number 10, the par 5. Not missing it in the wrong spot, I would say. So Manu having a uncharacteristic 3-putt bogey on number 9. I haven't seen him 3-putt on our feed ever.
Yes, absolutely. Generally, he is very good with the distance and speed. Very unfortunate thing, but yes, it can happen. Unfortunately, it's happened to him right now. But in a matter of a few holes, I'm sure he'll jump back to his prolific ways of playing, which is only attacking from all possible angles.
So Stepan with that birdie has moved to 11 under. So he's back on in red figures for today. And Maniram on number 10, just a bit too hard, giving himself a little more work than he would have desired.
Yes, people are having a little bit of a difficulty in terms of speed gauging on hole number 9. I think the best of the lot, on hole number 10, the best of the lot, what we have seen in terms of speed control is Badal for the moment.
Well, Badal has just had 2-3 putts in a row after hitting the first putt quite well, actually. So it's very uncharacteristic to see Badal Hussain 3-putt as well. So he's 3-putt bogey on number 8, and then 3-putt bogey on number 9 as well. Putting is the key to scoring. So if you want to score well, you need to putt well, and 3 putts are something you need to avoid completely. अपने आप update होता है. So Arjun with his approach on number 9 on the left side in the first cut. Probably the right place to miss your tee shot on number 9 today with the top right pin. And the first cut is going to help this. He needs to pitch it somewhere in the center of the green and let the lie release the ball towards the flag. Yeah, he's just come up a bit shy, expecting more of a flyer than he got.
Yes, absolutely. But it's easy for anybody to come short on this particular flagstick because there's very little room in terms of left behind the green. It'll be interesting to watch what Rahil does because
This is a tight angle to come.
it's a tight angle and he's coming in from the rough.
Anything 10, 20 feet left of the flag should be accepted. Yeah, but he knows that this is not a flag that he wants to miss on the wrong side.
Yes,
Now
absolutely.
that he's got momentum with him, he's birdied the last 2 holes. He's pulled in within 1 of the lead.
That is the case. Won't be surprised if this ball is a fraction left of the hole.
Yeah, perfect place. He's just hit it past and relatively easy two putt from there.
Yes, he's hit it pin high, but he's definitely taken the smarter route, which is attacking the not attacking the flag and staying on the left hand side where he can take.
Final group on hole number 9. We've got Arjun Prasad, Rahul Ganji, as well as Sachin Besoya, who won the tournament last year. They're coming on to the 9th. I think Arjun is still in the lead, but he's got a 40-footer, 35, 40-footer up the hill, very treacherous putt. Rahul and Sachin also about 30 to 35 feet. Both are going to be in a better position than Arjun Prasad to make the putt. Though Arjun has kind of hung on to his performance, but no player really making a move on the final day. Except for Manu Gandas, I haven't seen many people. We have got Karun Tonk, who's shot 5 under in the first 12 holes. Manu Gandas was 4 under, but dropped a shot on 9 here and is at 11 under. Stephen Danek is at 11 under. But Arjun Prasad still 1 under par, so he's keeping it going. Rahul Ganji is 3 under par, so he's made a move. But really, I think Arjun, really important for him to keep his head calm. Like I said, especially this putt. As soon as you go past the hole, it's going to speed up. So pace really going to be the key. But you know, the angle at which he's coming from is quite difficult, because he has to first go up the slope, and then the moment it hits the downslope, the ball's going to start speeding up. And if he can keep the ball within a couple of feet, he would have done a great job. So line and pace is one of those putts which is got line and pace into it. He's usually quite a good putter. Obviously, he's made a couple of eagles and many birdies in the first 2 days. So obviously he understands the pace of the greens. The greens running again on 10 on the stump. So discussing with his caddy the pace. He was saying he's quite comfortable. When I spoke to him earlier before the start of the round, he felt he's very comfortable here at Tollygunge. But he's playing with 2 very seasoned players, Sachin Besoya and Rahul Ganji. It's all going to be how well he can keep his cool. He does work with a mind coach off and on. He has been for the last few years. This for a birdie. See, he's hit it way by, and this is exactly what I was telling you about. As soon as you hit the hole, the ball starts to speed up, and there's a little downhill which
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
see both Rahul and Sachin have left themselves uphill putts. It's great to see Rahul back in contention after a long injury break. Seems to have made a good putt. A little weak and a little offline, but I think it's very important to keep the pace right, especially on a putt like of this length. He would have liked to be a little closer than that, but nevertheless, safe to finish his par. Sachin, last year's winner. I play with him at Delhi Golf Club regularly, and mind you, he's a great putter. Once he gets the putter going, he can hold from everywhere. He just needs to trust it. I think the ball's going to break a little bit from the right. Has he hit it? Has he hit it? Oh, I think he misread it a little bit. Broke more than what he thought. But nevertheless, a good putt. Still has about 2 feet for his par. Let's get back to Arjun. I think a very important putt for Arjun to keep his lead after 9 holes. You know, you don't want to start making bogeys at this middle stage, especially when you've hit the green and making a bogey with a 3-putt. I think the line is just barely just left inside. The putt goes down and a little up right at the end next to the hole. Once again, like so many we've seen today, people are tending to overread this line. That's a costly bogey for Arjun. I think it's going to bring him back to 13 under par at what he started, even par for the day, tied with Rahul Ganji. So we have a joint leaders right now after 45 holes at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship presented by Tollygunge Club. Sachin Bisoya to save his par. Pretty straightforward, but well done. And Rahul Ganji with his wife Ruhi caddying for him. She's enjoying caddying for him. She says it's the best to be together. Once again, a pretty straightforward putt. And nicely done. Well done, Rahul Ganji. So we've got a joint leaderboard after hole 9 on the third day. That's 45 holes of the PGTI Players Championship presented by Tollygunge Club. Back to you in the studios.
Stepan Danik from the Czech Republic with a very lengthy putt coming up on number 10.
Yes,
Up and over the crest, then down the hill. So anywhere within 3-4 feet should be very good from there.
it's a very lengthy part because
It's a very good attempt from there, Aditya. He's left himself a very easy, putt.
yes, he pretty much had to contend with the entirety of the length of the green from where he had hit it.
Yep.
But it's very easy as this is a par 5, and I won't be surprised at if it was an eagle attempt coming up from him.
Yeah.
And could be the case with his playing partner Saptak also. Tenth hole is playing way below its given par percentage, as a lot of people have
It's a mere
gained shots.
510 yards, modern day standard. It's almost like a long par 4.
Yes, absolutely. If you can drive it in the middle of the fairway, you can walk off with a birdie, realistic eagle opportunity, as you have like something like a 6-iron or a 5-iron coming into that. And Saptak has hit a very, very good putt. Would have looked really nice. Came a little short, as presumably because the length was sizable for his attempt to hold the putt.
When you look at the par 5s here, Aditya, 491 on number 7, 510 on number 10, and then 498 on number 13. So they're very, very birdieable. Probably 13 is a really tight tee shot. it's a narrow fairway, but distance wise, it's didn't lend so much of a challenge.
Yes, absolutely. Even if you lay it up off the tee on 13th hole with a 2 iron, you can still reach the green with a 3 wood.
But on the other side, if you look at the par threes here, you have 171 on number two, then you have 215 on number six, then you have 180 on number eight, then you again have 180 on 11, and then you have 202 on number 18. So par threes are challenging out here.
It's not only challenging, the width on those greens are also not as strong as would generally go by the new age designs on the golf courses. A par 3 at 202 yards, which is the 18th hole, would have a sizable green, but this golf course demands real accuracy of the tee on these par 3s. And here's a look at Basel from the back of the hole on hole number 10.
Yeah, he's had a dismal putting experience over the last two holes, so hopefully he can make amends here. Can you see his head moving just as he takes the putter? And it's just taking the ball a bit, but he's missed all the putts to the left.
Yes, that's because he's got a very homegrown putting stroke. If you look comparatively to the rest of the players, his feet are very narrow and all those
So
things.
the narrow feet, you know what it
Yeah.
does is it makes the left eye go ahead of the ball. The moment the left eye goes ahead of the ball, you end up hitting down on the putt, and generally tendency will be to pull it.
Such has been the case for him, as he's missed a few short ones, which in general he is very good at. And he'll be the cleaning attempt for Stepan on hole number 10.
Yeah, I like the way how softly he grips the putter. He just came up and out of it a bit.
Yeah, I think he hammered it a little too hard than it was required, because that ball caught a lot of the hole but still stayed out.
Well, you could see that he was. I think generally when you see a player, come up and out of it, he's not sure of the line. So in that case, I'm just presuming of things, and when you take a little more line on a putt, and the last thought is okay, maybe it's not going to break so much, and then you kind of just come out of it so that it breaks the amount that you've thought it should that you aligned to, and then you end up missing it like that. So it's probably a line indecision. That's a few little bit of fauna there. Jackals, not my favorite canine. So we have a joint lead up on top. The lead jointly held by Rahil, who is 3 under for today, and overnight night leader Arjun, who is even par for today. Arjun has just gone. I mean, Arjun had a little bit of a roller coaster. Aditya, he's gone birdie, 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 bogey, bogey. He hasn't made a par in 5 holes. Aman
Yes,
Raj
well,
with his
if
putt on number 12, the tricky par 4.
Yes, on that tricky note, not Aman, Arjun Prasad has made 3 birdies, 3 bogeys, and 3 pars. So he's dealing in a pair of threes right now. If he makes anything like that on the 10th, he'll have sole lead again. And very tricky hole at 12th. Aman Raj negating it very, very nicely, holding it with good pace.
Aman Raj was going very well till he had that even par today. Hopefully that putt brought him back into red figures. Matias Dominguez has a low round of the day going right now. He's 5 under through 12 holes, having started on the back nine. So he's birdied 10, 12, 13, 14, and then he's birdied number one.
Yes, he is showcasing his scoring abilities, what he did in the qualifying school this season.
Yeah. I was looking at the scores, and his second round in the pre-qualifying was 12 under, 59, and his first round in main qualifying was 10 under, which is 61. So he was 22 under for 2 rounds he played at Golmuri.
Absolutely. Golmuri was offering a lot of birdies, and he maxed out on those by using his capabilities and showcasing us that he is a player to watch out for. Here's a look at our overnight leader, Arjun Prasad, in a bit of rough, but it's not a questionable position because I think he's got a hybrid or a 3 wood coming in
He's
from
got a
that
good
angle.
angle into the green also. He can just just squeeze it from the left of the bunker, which is that green side bunker, and then let the ball release up the slope,
Yeah,
and the rough will
from
help
his
him.
angle, he's staring down towards the right side, which is exactly where the flag is. So it'll be fun to watch where he is, as both his playing partners are in pole position. Both Sachin and Rahil have found the fairway, short cross, and will have green lights for this flagstick.
Playing a little longer, I guess there's a little less roll on the fairways because they're still going on with hybrids. And it's just 510 yards.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, for what memory serves me from last year, if you last year is the driver 6 and driver 4, and that's what is this hole. And both Rahil and Sachin are length. I mean, length is not an issue for them. So if this is the case, they could be possible that the course is playing softer.
Yeah.
Because there's no breeze.
There's
Visual breeze is not available. The players are out in their t-shirts, so that means it's not cold or breezy. But
Yeah.
the course must be playing soft.
Yeah, Ryle's going out with a long iron. He's a good long iron hitter. He hits nice and high, so you can get it to stop faster. That's where having a high ball flight really helps when you have on the par fives to get the ball stopped closer to the hole. Yeah, I love the balance in his golf swing.
Yeah, the finish also suggested that he tried to launch it a little higher than usual. And the
Yes.
walk straight after the shot suggests that it was
Yeah,
probably the intended.
just the club 12 missing, Mr. Genji.
Does he? I don't think Ryan does a
No.
club twirl at all.
You can just add a little more.
What he's done is he's
Spice to the
walked.
finish.
Yeah, what he's done is he's walked really fast after the tee shot, after the second shot. That means he did appreciate and like the way it would have started off. And here's a look at a seasoned
He's having
player,
a really good day today. He's 4
Shamim
under,
Khan.
playing number 8, which is his penultimate hole. He's having started on the back nine. It was the first group of the first nine of the back nine, with his caddy Satyaprakash Kullu as usual, and paired up with Shivendra Sisodia.
Yeah, Shivendra is having a bit of a mixed day as he's.
Abhinav, our board member of the PGTI, he's just completed 9 holes, 3 birdies and 2 bogeys. Abhinav, how's it going today?
Going all right. Could have been better. I mean, could have been better. I missed 2 small putts, made bogeys, but yeah, still under par, so it's good.
How's the course playing today?
Course is in amazing shape. It's probably the best I've seen it play in like so many years now. Like there's no bald patch anywhere. The greens are perfect. Fairways are amazing. I must thank the committee. Great job.
The wind is playing a little role today?
It's swirling a bit, but it's not too much, so it's not bad.
Great. Have a great 9 holes.
Thank you, sir. See you.
Yeah, Arjun, I think, has found the beach on number 10. Nothing to worry about. It's pretty routine bunker shot coming up for him. This is our first look at the par 3 11th. I like this par 3. It's not the longest hole, but it is a tricky hole. It's you hit it from a really narrow shoot, so it gives you it's a visually tougher hole than it is.
Yes, absolutely. And also there's a water body just before the hole, and unlike the eighth hole, this is a outward saucer where the ball runs away from the center of the green towards the sides.
Yeah, that's probably something which is a modern day design trait, which was actually coined initially by Donald Ross, who designed all the golf courses in Pinehurst. He was the first one to start this false sides and false fronts. It makes the target actually smaller than it actually is.
That's a very good shot from Badal from a slightly tricky lie. And here's to see what Sachin has to go. Sachin has taken it aerial, but a miscue in terms of contact has put him in a very botherable spot as his third shot has found the sand.
Yeah, he's making a hash of a very simple par five.
Now, here is somewhat of a momentum shift opportunity as Arjun would like to make his up and down to trend towards
He's got a
getting into red figures. He's got a very tricky stance.
Yeah, you just need to just bury that club into the sand. Yeah, that's very well done. That's good technique for that particular type of shot.
Yes, absolutely. That's good technique, and he's made sure that the ball has ended up for a uphill putt for his birdie opportunity.
I like the way Stepan is playing today. Looks like he's giving himself very makeable opportunities. Nothing fancy, but keeping himself in the game. Though he should have birdied that unfortunate three putt par on number 10. He's 1 under and 11 under, so he's very much in the thick of things.
Yes, that unfortunate break of two bogeys back to back on hole number 8 and 9 from Arjun have brought in a lot of players with hopeful eyes to contend this week as we have a stretch of 10 players within 3 shots of each other.
That's a lot. It's anybody's game. That means it's going to be a dash to the finish.
Yes, absolutely. All very highly talented players. Now is the time for Sachin to make amends on live feed too after that not a very great shot on in terms of his chip shot on the 10th. He's hit a very good bunker shot. Looked like he hit for a catered for a plug lie.
Yeah, maybe not as plugged as because it was plugged from a pitch, not from a full shot. So maybe semi plugged.
It would have definitely helped that it was, if it was plugged, that it was on a slightly uphill.
Badal has had his putting woes for the last few holes. His tendency is to miss it on the left.
It's a bit of a nervy putt for Badal, not just in terms of because of the length of the putt, just because of the stretch of discomfort on putting he's experienced in the last few holes.
Yeah, he's had two bogeys. Both have been three putts, and the last few, even number 10, he pulled it again. So maybe finds his touch back.
Absolutely a bit of a mixed bag in terms of putting for him because all three birdies of his have been putter based birdies. They weren't prolific shots. They were nice hold putts, and suddenly he has lost the touch which he experienced in the beginning of the round.
Yeah, but I've really enjoyed watching Arjun so far. His whole demeanor and his sticking to the routines and going through this process. And okay, Badal has found some kind of feel holding that putt, and love is the rhythm to his stroke. It's so okay. We just ran out of steam there, but all in all, it looks like he's in control of his nerves.
Yes, absolutely. Arjun is not a stranger to good finishes. He, if I'm not wrong, finished second last year in Gujarat, or last to last year, because I distinctly remember him picking up the second place finish check. And what's interesting is to see, is this putt for Mr. Ganji an eagle putt or a birdie putt? Because that walk was very interesting after his second shot. So if it's an eagle putt, I wouldn't actually be surprised if it's an eagle putt for him.
Yeah, he couldn't have hit his second shot on the green and hit his putt so far past the hole. Yeah, but you never know.
Funnier things have happened in life. Here's to being hopeful that he makes it. Unfortunate, borrowed it a little less than it was required.
Yeah, we'll wait to see what that was for. Sachin with his 3-footer for par coming up.
It's a very important part for Sachin also, because he's having a very,
Very lackluster, one bogey, one birdie, trotting along.
yes, he's had some
Yeah.
birdie looks, but
don't
unfortunately not canned them.
but doesn't want to drop a shot on the easiest hole on the golf course. It's like dropping a shot and a half.
Especially after where his ball was on after the tee shot.
Yeah. Yeah, the hole is can fit 3 balls if you hit it at the right place. He used the third one.
Yes. But what matters is he's walked off with a par after a bit of a horror facing him in his face. So all in all, it's an
So now
average hole for him.
Our leaders have finished playing the 10th, first hole of their back nine. And this is the first view of the par 4 14th hole. It's a tricky green, Aditya. It's a very, very, I would say, short, inviting par 4. Gives you multiple options of the tee, whether you want to hit your driver and have a relatively short pitch, or do you want to hit a. You can do anything off the tee you want. The second shot is the key, and it's got the green has got severe undulations to it, and you need to be on the right side to have a holeable birdie attempt.
But there's green on the 14th hole shapes somewhat like a kidney with steps in it. It opens up in the front, widens in the middle, and narrows out back at the top.
Yeah, so
It is a tricky green. Very nicely explained about that. And here is a look at Mr. Rahil Ganji. I mean, I can't tell you the excitement I'm feeling about what's happened over here. And
we have Manu joining them. Ryle has barred the 10th hole, and Manu has birdied 12 to join them at 13 under. So we have a 3-way tie now at 13 under. Manu Gandas, our 2022 Order of Merit winner. Rahil Ganji, former player on the Corn Ferry Tour, and Arjun Prasad, looking to win his first PGTI event.
yes, exciting times for anybody who has tuned in to watch the live coverage of the third round telecast of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2024 presented by Tolly Club. Here's a look at Sachin after that adventurous 10th hole. A very
Another youngster doing well is Subhash Tamang, who was the reigning All India Amateur champion from Nepal. He's 3 under today, under for the tournament.
and with the tee shot away for Sachin, let's see where this ball ends up.
Yeah.
He's in the middle of the green, so he'll have to contend with a somewhat severe uphill.
Yeah, probably the right place to miss it if you want to miss it.
Yes, absolutely. An uphill severe breaker, if I'm.
Nobody wants to miss it. Sorry, a good place to miss it if you miss it.
Yes. He'll have an uphill, severely breaking putt from the right hand side, and Arjun Prasad would be looking to greenlight this flagstick as it favors him for his ball flight, which is a very minuscule right to left. Arjun's got that capability of launching the ball really high, so for him to stop it at that small step where the flagstick is located is not a difficult task.
That's the second one he's missed left on the par three. Remember him hiking it left on number eight. You can see that his body is shutting down a bit early, and the club face is turning over, and he's overthrowing it. So just mistiming it right now. So he needs to find back his rhythm. And for your viewers who few couple of things we can tell you are very important, other than just the whole how your technique looks.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Understanding the game as you are playing it, that there are certain aspects which will make life simpler for you.
And you know what people you don't understand is under pressure your heart rate affects your fine motor skills faster than your complex motor skills. You can see the shot tracer of T number 10, the shot at par 5. Well, those were some shot tracers from early in the round. Ryle having found the right tier. So coming back to that whole thing about, when you're under pressure, your heart rate climbs up, and then you start losing control over fine motor skills. So this is a good time to, get your internal rhythm correct, which is getting your breathing, slow down your breathing, control your heart rate, so you're getting more in control of your fine motor skills, which is spin control over the ball. Comes from your fine motor skills.
Yes, those of you
if
who are
your heart rate goes up, and you might start overdrawing it.
is a realistic possibility while you're playing the game. In case anybody is wondering what Arjun Prasad is doing, after his R&T shot, the ball landed up on the cart path. So he's just following the ruling to the T and taking a relief from that cart path, and will be dropping a ball within that club length from knee height as the rule advocates. And after this, he has a very, very delicate chip shot coming into this flag position.
He'll take all his chipping skills. I think he's got a tree to contend with.
No, he's got no tree to contend with, but he's got altitude change and a bit of rough and a very fast away sloping pin position awaiting him. So all in all, a very difficult chip coming up.
Anything within 10 feet from there would be brilliant. So some people think, wherever you're lying, if it doesn't go given, it's not good enough. But sometimes when you're in jail, 10 feet is brilliant.
Yes, it's like being in a dark room with the slightest ray of light, sunshine coming in, giving you hope. Arjun Prasad is elected to bump run this shot from the choice of clubs and the action which he is taking.
Yeah, probably dictated by the lie he has. You can see that the turf underneath is relatively hard out there because you have that cart path close by. He did a good job of it on number, so he just underhit it a bit.
That was the difficulty in the shot because there's a substantial amount of rough surrounding that, and the green is way higher than where the ball was struck from. So it'll take a bit of finish for him to make sure that he doesn't drop too many shots on this hole. I'm hoping he can recall his visitory powers of hole number 5 and chip it in to save his par.
Yeah, maybe just getting a little, probably choosing getting too aggressive on a tight pin. It's a top left pin. It's not a pin which you want to miss it left on. This is the time you tell yourself that okay, pin is not there. I need to aim a little bit more to the right, and that's Sachin with his birdie attempt on number 11.
Yeah, Sachin from the different spectrum of this green has hit a reasonably decent lengthy putt, but as you can see, he was a sizable distance away and not happy with his attempt, as the gesture suggests that the player is not happy with the outcome.
I think he's happy. I would be happy with that. He thought he might have hold it. It looked like it was tracking.
Yes, Arjun, after his third attempt on that hole on live feed one, has left it reasonably lengthy attempt for his bogey, and on the live feed two, you just saw Saptak holding out with his putter. Now, what's crucial about what is that Rahil can take the lead if he can birdie this hole, as Manu has fast tracked his round and is tied with two others in terms of Rahil and Arjun Prasad, which is going to change within a few moments.
Well, Ral's gone around very steadily, so you won't see any rush of blood from him.
Well, Rahil has seemed to hit a decent paced putt, but the ball still drove too much, is what he is suggesting, and
I think
where
it's
the ball has ended up
yeah.
actually.
I think it's slower than what he thought it was. It's come up a few feet short as well. Maybe a little shorter than he would have liked. It's got a little bit of work cut out though. That putt has a lot of line on it.
But the good thing is that he'll get a read from Sachin's putt. Because
Yeah.
Sachin's pretty much on the similar lines, maybe half a foot left of where Rahil is. And here's a look of the man from Bangladesh, Badal. I hope that's his birdie putt, but we'll come to know soon enough on hole number 12. A very tricky hole, demands utmost attention because you've got to be very careful of the tee on this hole. And the second shot is severely elevated on a very difficult small target. The green is elevated and has two tiers on it.
Yeah. That that tier which is on top has no landing space in it.
Nicely done to save his bogey on hole number 11th for
And
Arjun.
after that, tee shot four is not a bad score.
Yes, after that, he shot four is not a bad shot, but the young man would be a little disappointed as he's going to relinquish lead for the very first time in this tournament, and it's going to be Gurgaon-based Manu Gandas and Kolkata superstar Rahil Genji, who have a lead tied with themselves on 13 under par.
Yeah. Let's see how much this one breaks. I'm giving it right edge. Yeah. Good stroke. Solid. No doubt in that stroke. Rahil with a little more work than he would have wanted. Going through his whole process.
Yes, Rahil being extra cautious about this somewhat simple part, but I'm sure he's going to find the bottom of it. Nicely done.
Good solid stroke there.
I guess because of the break, Rahil was being a little extra cautious about that hole.
Yeah, that had a lot of break on it because you saw how much the ball turned when he hit his first putt. So
Yes, absolutely. He wasn't happy with the amount of borrow which happened on the very first part.
so get back onto the so this golf course. There's a road that comes in the middle, and and some of the holes on the other side, and we're going to go to the other side of the road now. It's I wouldn't call it the road.
In the scoring area of the PGTI, and this is where players are coming in after playing 18 holes and submitting their cards. We have the first group of Aaron Rocky, Sudhir Sharma and M. Dharma, who have finished their rounds. So how it goes is that each player is marking each other's card. Guys, can you show us how you marked each other's card? So they first mark each other's card, and then each of the other player is going to sign each other's card and then submit it to the scoring. We've got here JP and we've got Gagan Chadda. They are the scorers, official scorers. And these three players have first, before the start, exchanged cards. So Sudhir's card was being marked by Rocky and M. Dharma was marking Sudhir's card. And then at the end, they give each other the scorecard, sign, and show whether the scorecard has been signed. I'll just show you one of the scorecards. That's, if you can see, that's the signature of the marker. That's Sudhir Sharma's card. He shot a 70, even par 70. He signed here his marker, and that is Sudhir's signature. So he's submitted the scorecard. Once that is done, and once they say an okay, the scores are submitted, and then nothing can be changed. Signing off from the scoring area, this is Amandeep Johal at the PGTI Players Championship, presented by Tollygunge Club.
Oh, that was a really good explanation to how the scoring is done at professional golf tournaments. That was a scoring area. Whatever you sign for, and once you leave that area, whatever you sign for holds good. And if you sign for a score which is more than what you played, you're bad. And if you sign for less than what you play, which is even worse, then which amounts to disqualification. So the rules of golf are really, if you break it, are really harsh. And it's the only game where you basically call on penalties on yourself. There's no other game like this. So that's why it's called a gentleman's sport.
Yes, absolutely. That is true. You got to be careful about the rules in any form of sport, and over here as well. Severe penalties await. But going about the ruling system, it's also helpful. There are some occasions where you can falter up, but unintentionally, of course. But you can use the aid of your fellow playing partners or the referees to help you out with that. So if you know your rules, you can use them to your advantages. So that's why in the beginning of this season, we had a rules clinic done by Mr. Sampachari, the tournament director, to help out players understanding it better. And here's a look at the bunker shot from Aman Raj on hole number 13th. He has the balls ended up a little further away than he would have liked. Sorry, hole number 14. My bad. Didn't acknowledge that hole.
Well, I'm liking the way Stepan Danik is going about his work. He's steady, and his whole demeanor shows me that he's in good control of himself. He's just birdied number 12, the tricky par 4, and moved one shot adrift of the lead at 12 under, which takes his today's score to -2. Manu Gandas is our new joint leader with alongside Rahil Ganji after birding number 12.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of changes have happened at top as some good scoring conditions presented by, some really good scoring done by a few players have changed hands at the top and in the middle also. As you can see, current top jumping around his way to 4 under par and a total of 10. Similar conditions, somewhat similar play by Rahil. He's at 3 under par for the day and 13 under par. Alongside him is Manu Gandas at 5 under par, 13 to be total. So Manu and Rahil both are the co-leaders right now.
And Saptak's on a birdie trend as well. He's birdied 10, 11, 12 to move to 11 under. So he's got some momentum on his side. Aman Raj, after birding two of his last three holes, has moved to 10 under as well. So the lead is just 13 under. So 10 under, 9 under is very much in the hand. There's a whole bunch of people at 9 under, Aditya, including the youngster from Nepal, Subhash Tamang, who is shot the low round of the day so far, which is 5 under.
Yeah, he submitted his card, so 500 is a very good score by Tamang on what would seem to be his first professional event.
Yeah.
And here's a look at Sachin coming on towards hole number 13 from. Is it the 13th or the 14th? I'm not really sure.
That's the tricky par for 12th. They've just finished the par 3, and it's coming from the left side. The pin's on the right, so not very happy with the way the ball reacted, I guess.
It's very difficult to gauge the distance for a player when he's in the rough, especially when the green is elevated and the green width is also very low. Rahil from pole position, center of the fairway, seems like a wedge in his hand, so won't be surprised if he hits it right next to the flagstick.
Nice one-piece David as well.
Yes, and he's liking where the ball is going, so it'll be interesting to see where that ball has ended up.
Acknowledges the applause, so I'm presuming that it's close.
Yes,
Good hole number 12. I like that. It's a demanding tee shot. You need to place it on the fairway, because if you're not coming from the fairway on number 12, it's a tight target to
Yes,
get
to,
on.
to keep it on the green, it's a very difficult
Yeah.
target. You've got to really launch it very, very high and expect it to land soft there.
So that ball close, the two balls really close. I'm presuming one is of Rahil and one is of Arjun, because Sachin looked a bit disappointed after hitting his approach.
Yes, absolutely. The interesting part about 12th is that I won't be surprised if there is a gallery circling the back half of this green.
So Manu has birdied another hole and taken his tally to 14 under. So he's in sole possession of the lead now.
Yes,
He's 6
Manu
under today.
showcasing his star power and reaching 6 under for the day, which is a total of 14 under par.
And Abhinav Lohan has got a little bit of momentum on his side. He's 4 under for the back 9, Aditya, and 5 under for today, and at 12 under.
Yes, Lohan also has.
They're playing together.
Yes, Lohan also has found his flow back and is at 5 under par, which is a very good score. And he's still got 16, 17, 18 to go. It's a very tricky tee shot on the 16th, but if you find that fairway, then it is a realistic birdie hole after that.
It's not a very long hole. It's just a visually intimidating tee shot.
Yes, it's got dangers on both sides. That's the only issue. I mean, if you give into it, it can be a little precarious to hit that tee shot.
Yeah.
But the length of the hole is inside 400 yards. It's 392. So positioning the tee shot is a little important there. And if you can do that, it becomes a green light hole to attack the flag after that.
Yeah, absolutely. The 17th hole is a severe dogleg right to left, but not the longest of holes. Distance is quite benign. It's measuring at 370 yards. So if you hit the fair on number 17, you will get somewhat of a wedge coming in. And Rahil is going to have a really good look at Sachin's putt now, because he's probably almost the same line. You're going to see how this reacts towards the end. It just kept going straight. It didn't. You can see that the ball is not going to move right to left at the end.
Yes, Rahil would have definitely given it all the stare possible to see what's happening to the ball. And don't be surprised if Rahil can make that and join Manu at 14 under par.
Yeah. So what do you say? What is whole percentage from here?
The actual hole percentage is less than 20, but I am presuming that he is going to hold it.
He's read it to perfection.
Very nicely done. Very, very nicely
And
done.
good pace on it also. You know, if it since the pace was so good, it still got the hole from the right.
Yes, absolutely. And what's interesting is Arjun has hit a very good shot also into this. So this can be a bit of a momentum builder for him. And here's the man who is leading the tournament, Manu Gandas, from the center of the fairway, has hit a very good approach shot on hole number 14th.
He's gonna,
Relatively short par 4, but very important to place it in the fairway as the green is the radius of the green is way less than the undulations on the green. It's got severe undulations and elevation change on the green for that kind of a size. But that's the defense of that hole, other than the water on the right hand side.
come on, Arjun.
Yes, it's time for the young man to build up on the red numbers and hold this nicely,
Yeah.
which he has done.
That's a really good putt. That should put some wind back into his sails, move him back to 13 under. So we have a joint lead at 14 under with Rahil and Manu Gandas. And Manu has a very holeable birdie putt coming on number 14. So that might change quickly.
Yes, absolutely. And here's a look at Shankar Das from the first cut. Sorry, not the first cut, the rough, and he has hit a very good approach shot into this. Was very difficult angle coming in, but he's done a good job of it. And both Manu and Shankar would have very good looks at.
Shankar has just eagled the last hole. He's back into red digits now. He's 1 under for today. So, not sure whether that was his second or third shot, but a good shot nevertheless.
Yes, he's given himself a real look to hold his attempt on the green. On your right hand corner of the screens, you can have a close look at the 5 players whose scorecards are being showcased to you, as in Manu Gandas at 14, which will soon be updated, where he'll be joined by Rahil at a tie for first place at 14 under par. But as of currently, Manu is at 14, Rahil at 13, Abhinav Lohan and Stepan is at 12 under par, and Arjun Prasad is also at 12 under par.
Shamin has shot 5 under today, Aditya, and at 8 under now. Maniram on your screen. He's had 2 back-to-back birdies to bring him back to even par, and a total of 9 under.
I don't think I've ever seen Maniram this serious. I've seen him focused, but I don't think I've seen him this serious.
He's not looking up to see where the ball's going. Misread it a bit.
Yeah, that's a rather different way of going about it.
Yeah.
People, it showcases that old saying which resonates quite a bit on golf courses, that keep your head down, keep your head down.
Yeah, let's see what his emotive caddy has to say about that.
I think he was more emotive this time. He told his caddy that it went this way.
Yeah, maybe.
I guess, but his caddy has to be expressive because he's not looking what the ball is doing. That's why his caddy comes and tells him that this is exactly what
I had a
happened.
very funny incident once playing with a fellow professional golfer, and we were playing at BPGC, and on the 11th hole is a really fast green, and the pin was top front left, and he was putting without looking after up, and he's hit this 4-footer, and he's kept his head there, not seeing where the ball goes, and he looked up, and he didn't hear the sound, but there was no ball on the green. And he says, "Where's the ball?" He says, "I told him it's gone over the green." It's so funny because he missed it, and it was so fast, and he hit it too firm. He went over the
That's
green.
funny for us, a little painful for the gentleman who would have experienced that. Here's a look at Shankar Das after that approach shot.
Yeah, people are misreading their putts on number 14. I guess there's more to that green than they can see.
It's absolutely very strange to see Shankar Das misread a few parts.
And he's misread a few today.
Yes, he has.
The third member of this trio, our leader, our co-leader, sorry, Manu Gandas. This will take him into the lead at 15 under if he makes it. Meticulous as ever. Ten feet down the hill. You can see a lot of misreads on this 14th green.
There's also that very less expressive Manu had a bit of a reaction on this hole after not reading the line well.
I'm trying to figure out because the grain is down also, so that prohibited the ball from turning right to left.
Yes, Shankar Das has hit that putt a little further away than he would have liked, but with his caliber, I'm not debating that he's not going to hold it, which is the case.
In Bermuda greens, when with so much of grain on them, vis-a-vis there's other grass types like bent and paspalum. Bermuda has very strong grain in it, and which you need to kind of read also, not just the slope. And the grain has another aspect. If the lower you cut it, the less the grain affects the ball.
Yes, very great insight on how you can read the greens, and a bit of a replay of putting glory by co-leader Rahil Ganji.
I think Maniram is a little old school. In earlier times, you needed the flag out of the hole. Otherwise, you would incur a penalty. But these days, the flag is allowed to be kept inside when you hole apart. So it was not necessary for his caddy to remove the flag stick.
Because I think he forgot, but it just happens to be force of habit.
Yeah, I guess. We're just coming back to how things have changed in golf. Earlier, the first time I ever played golf, a free drop was supposed to be taken behind your back, over your shoulder. That was the first free drop I ever took, was over my shoulder. Then it became at shoulder height to the side, and you don't want to get close to that. And now it's knee height.
That looks like a water snake, doesn't it?
Yeah, soon it's going to be ankle height. We're going down the body parts.
I'm okay with this kind of a ruling change because ankle height is enough. Sorry, not ankle height. Knee height is enough for the ball to submerge down if it's in rough or settle in nicely if it's not. But this concept which you explained of being dropped behind your back was a little funny.
Yeah, it was. You couldn't see where you wanted to drop the ball.
So it would also bring that role back into play in case there is the slightest amount of uphill behind you. That ball can recoil back to you, drop, hit you, and then stop
Yeah, I guess that's why they changed the
with no
rules.
fault of the players at all.
You can roll back and you might not find it. Ball loss. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
if it's
drop it
if
on the
it's the
slope and
slight
it goes into
even
the yeah.
slightest downhill and water lurking behind.
Yeah. So there was a lot of. I remember once playing and with a fellow competitor, and I think it was in Malaysia, and he threw his ball to the caddy to clean, And the guy, in India, we expect everybody to catch the ball. Cricket is a very important sport in our country, but not in Malaysia. So when the guy dropped the catch, it went inside the water hazard. He had to incur a penalty.
That's painful.
So part of the
Some
FNB.
refreshments available for the players, and I guess the spectators are gathering up to enjoy some stellar golf being played their way.
Yeah, and Tolly is a very social club as well. So there's a lot of social gatherings happening in in the gazebo Shamiana area, and they have done up the the clubhouse to its former glory, what it was.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
And not sure the other person. So they finished on the 9th hole and they walked across the fairway of 18 towards the scoring area, which is
Anshul Patel. I was thinking who that is.
Karan Tonk with his chip.
Karan's got a great round going in. If he chips it, it'll become even more glorified.
Anyway, nevertheless, good round of golf by Karan Tonk. He had it at 6 under after 13 holes. Then he couple of blemishes on 14 and 15.
But nonetheless, he's still at 10 under. He's 4 under par for the round, and Karan Tonk is sitting comfortable at 10 under par. If he drops that par putt, which I'm sure he will, given the way he's playing. Just to highlight how difficult the par threes are over here, a man who's coming in form with already being 4 under par his round can easily miss the green. That's a long distance hole out by Azhar. Yes, that's Mohammad Azhar from Hootie. Very long distance hole out, and here is. Yeah, this is the angle which he holed out from. So he would be over the moon to hold out that part. Very jovial, fun guy, hardworking lad, and hails from Telangana, Vooty, where the tour will be traveling next week for the Vooty Masters.
Yeah, and this is from the other side of the country, Panchkula's Akshay Sharma.
Yes, Akshay had some real hot starts and finishes in the beginning of the second half last year. He would be looking to get back into that kind of familiar form. Akshay's already won on tour, so he knows a thing or two about winning.
Yeah, he's 300 today, so doing pretty well. Find himself at 9 under.
This seems to be Saptak and a very awkward stance.
Yeah, this is the 14th hole. The shortish, tricky par 4.
Yes, the length and the little bit of inviting angle of the tee on this hole forces players to play driver because it's a short hole and any professional golfer would want to back his length, accuracy, and short game skills to make birdies. So this is a very uncanny hole, but yes, it can be a little troublesome.
What the Czech Stepan Danik can show us from the rough on number 14.
Yes, Stepan seems to be in Shankar Das territory. Let's see if he can get this ball to stop.
He's brought it quite high. It's underhit it though.
Yes, he took the big high route, but unfortunately didn't catch enough of the ball for the distance control. So can easily happen this kind of a mistake from that heavy rough. But Now he has a relatively easier up and down to his par attempt.
Saptak with his third
Yes,
on number 14.
Saptak will need to be dialed in if he needs to save his par on this hole from
And
that distance.
he's on a birdie train right now. He's at 4 birdies in the last uh, 4 holes. Find himself at 12 under. Is very much in the thick of things.
Yes, he's not very happy with that distance control on that shot. He's left himself a sizable par attempt coming up.
Yeah.
And here's, sorry, this.
Minor correction. Our sole leader right now is Rahil Ganji at 14 under. And then we have two tied at 13 under, which is Manu Gandas and Arjun Prasad. This is the par 4 dogleg right to left 17th. It goes around the accommodation which is available at the club.
Yes, absolutely. Also runs parallel to that equestrian training area on the right hand side, which, in case your ball ends up in, is out of bounds for the tournament. So, you've got to be a little careful with this tee shot on the 17th, and a very good lag putt by Lohan, if I'm not wrong.
Yep, that's Lohan playing alongside Himmat and Dhruv.
Dhruv, unfortunately, is having a forgetful day. He was very nicely poised after 2 rounds at 7 under par, but bit of a downward spiral for him where he finds himself, even after birding 2 holes, which is 14th and 15th, he is still 5 over par. Let's hope he can make this and get some corrections done on that scorecard.
Yeah, he's on the upward trend. So anything in professional golf, you got to you got to get whatever you can get. You got to go inch by inch, and it's one a few good holes can lead to a lot of things. Momentum is a huge part of this game.
Yes, absolutely. Sometimes you falter off, and most of the times you can find yourself doing the right things and resulting into desired outcomes. So let's hope the young man can make this and clean up his scorecard a little bit. That looked like a good part. Was very good for distance. I think just moved a little left. Yeah, moved maybe 2 rolls left than he would have liked.
Yeah, that's keeps Drobet 2 under plus 5 for today, and third member of this trio, Himmat Rai, going a bit off the pace today. He's even par. Would say the average score today would be -1 on -2, right? So
Average
uh,
score for this week absolutely is in red figures. If you look
him,
at the players, they're just 3 players over par. So,
Himmat cleaning up on number 17
and on the live feed too, is a lengthy attempt for Saptak to keep
salvage
the good stretch of holes going.
to salvage par, and we've had a lot of misreads on number 14, and this is just not hit hard enough.
That was good for break and line, but unfortunately came up a few rolls short. So that will put a bit of a handbrake in his
You can
good
see he
streak.
practices a lot of putting. This putter has that worn
Uh,
off mark in the middle. And he hits it from the center as well.
our one of Marcus because he's got a white soft insert. That's why it's. I'm sure if we take out your putter, it will also have the same thing in case it's not got that white
I've got a white
interface on
insert
it.
and my white is intact. I don't putt that much.
What about your older putters? I'm sure they would have something or the other in the middle of it.
No, my putter is about 10 years old, I think. Maybe more. I like my putter.
Here's Stefan. for his lengthy par attempt as
yeah.
well.
14 is deceptively tricky today. We have a lot of blemishes there today. So Rahil has gone birdie birdie. He's birdied the par 5 13th hole as well. And Manu, after parring the 14th hole with a near miss, has birdied 15 to join Rahil at 4. Rail's at 15 under now, and Manu finds himself a short adrift at 14. Arjun, 2 shots adrift at 13. This is our last hole, 18th at Tollygunge, which ends up right at the clubhouse. Perfect setting for a drama.
Perfect setting for a drama, perfect setting for the members also to enjoy live action at the forefronts of their lunch tables because the green is almost hugging the outward and the inwards Shamiana seating for
This is
where the players and the
this
spectators
is a
would be
good
sitting.
trio. It has 2 winners from last year, and it is as Zamal and has Karan Pratap in it, alongside Samarth Trivedi.
Well, then technically 3 winners. Samarth won in Sri Lanka, if you didn't know.
Oh yeah, forgot that. Yes, my bad. Sorry.
Not a co-sanctioned event with PGTI, but nevertheless, it was a professional win. So
Lakshay Sharma has had a really good day today. He's shot 6 under, and he is 12 under. He's our clubhouse leader at the moment. And Rahil is 7 under today and 15 under for the tournament.
yes, Akshay has made a leapfrog jump in terms of scoring and catching up with the leaders. He's merely 3 shots away from Manu and Rahil, who are sitting pretty at 15 under par. Anyone who has just tuned in, this is the live coverage of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2024 presented by Tolly Club. The prize purse is a whopping 1 CR. The venue is Tolly Club, Calcutta, and the format is stroke play.
Yeah, this is our season opener. So, if this is a prelim of things to come, we have an exciting year ahead of us, Aditya. Low scoring.
Yes, absolutely. And very nicely holed by Samarth. Was a sizable putt to hole, and he's hold it very nicely. Yes, absolutely. The scoring, if we look at the scoring averages on the tour, it is about roughly a 2 shot difference in scoring every season. So, and it's only been showcased furthermore how players have played over here. I don't think Tolly has ever experienced a 2 under par cut. I remember it went at 1 under par a few years back, like 2 years back or 3 years back. I remember that because I was sitting exactly at that number to make it. But yes, the players are getting younger, players are getting hungrier as not only the prize money is stronger, better, bigger, the opportunities of being tournament winners are massive. Getting into co sanction events, getting into tri sanction events, and for that matter, being able to acquire world ranking points and jump up your world rankings to be able to play on different world tours is also available.
Yeah, for the viewers who don't know what co-sanction or tri-sanction is, different tours of the world collaborate, and then if 2 tours collaborate and make a tournament. It's a co-sanctioned event, and it's 3 tours collaborate and make a tournament. It's tri-sanctioned event.
And that's Abhinav Lohan who was asking the ball to sit down. I think he's got it on a good line, but a little further away than he would have liked. And hence the gesture from his right hand asking for the ball to sit down or settle down. We'll have a quick look on
Yeah, he's
what
had
has
a really
happened
good back nine today. He's 4 under for the back nine.
Yes. And here is another look at former winner on
Himmat Rai.
Himmat Rai on both the tours. In terms of both the tours, is what I meant to say is on the Indian tour and the Asian tour.
Okay, looking anxiously, not sure where that ball has ended up. Maybe yardage wise, want to know if it's made the green. This is it's a difficult target to hit. You won't see, you'll see half the players miss the screen.
Yes, because the width is very narrow on this hole for
Yeah,
this length of the hole. I mean, if you look at holes at 200 yards out, the width and the radius is at least double, if not more, of what is. But that's the safeguard of this golf course, that the par threes are treacherous, tricky, and difficult.
yeah. I would love to see the breakup of how the par fours, par fives, and the par threes have held up this week. We'll get those numbers for you tomorrow.
Yes, the par fives are being gobbled up by players. If you can look at the number of birdies and eagles being made over there, but at the same time, the par threes are giving the defense the golf course much requires, as this, according to a modern day golf course, is not very long. But yes, the accuracy of the tees is very, very
I'm not sure
crucial.
if this is this second shot. They're a little too close, right?
Well, Arjun can hit it a mile, but this is, if he's hit it, it's a tremendous job.
Yeah, well executed from there though.
That's a
Yeah,
very good shot from that distance. In middle which shot it was, he's done a brilliant job from that length.
I think he's steadied his ship a bit. Got off to a little bit of a slow start, then got that momentum, and then suddenly he had that run of 3 bogeys in 4 holes. Lost the 3 birdies that he hadn't made earlier. Then got one back on number 12, which was very well holed.
Yes, absolutely. It was a very good putt. It was a very well played hole. He hit the fairway, he hit it close, and also hold that semi trickling hole from left to right. So probably the best way to play that hole was exactly how Rahil and Arjun Prasad played.
Rail is our joint leader at 15 under with Manu Gandas. Manu Gandas is 7 under today. Looks like it's Rahil's birdie attempt.
Well, seem to have underborrowed the break on this one, but realistic possible from that distance out and the amount of break which we've seen baffle players on this hole.
It's not the easiest green to read from what we've seen through the telecast. Sachin with his attempt now. And Sachin, we can give you a little bit of advice. It will turn less from there. So don't, because we saw Manu had the exact same putt on this hole.
It'll turn less and it's a little quick.
The tendency for this putt, viewers, is to for the pros are to overread it and miss it on the right. That's live feed 1. Sachin with his birdie putt on number 14. This is live feed 2 on number 18. The par 3 finishing hole. Very, very rarely do you find, see, you find another person miss it on the right. So That hole seems to have our pros baffled today.
Yes, very tricky green and relatively easy pin position if you ask me, but ask me in terms of the relatively easy pin position on this green per se, because rest of the positions are wherever the flagstick goes, it's difficult to access. That's probably the last stroke what Dhruv would want to hit on this day, or rather abysmal day for the man who was sitting pretty at 7 under par and had a bit of a downward spiral going in for him on live feed one. Let's hope he holds this and has a little less stress while having his meal after this. Not a comfortable feeling for anybody. Very, very nicely hit putt, but there was just a little extra borrow on it. Couldn't do much about that from that distance out.
Somebody's had a complete roller coaster as Gaurav Pratap Singh. He's had bogeys and birdies, very few pars on his scorecard. Total of 1 over today, but I can't see any white. It's only blues and reds.
You've known him for a gazillion years by now, and as his roommate and closest friend, I can tell you he won't mind this scorecard only if it had just finished at one red under par, because he likes to attack every given hole from God knows wherever. That's his way of living, also, and a little aggressive in nature in terms of playing professionally. Otherwise, a very nice, humble guy. But that is how certain players play.
You know
They like to attack all the way.
the caddy in the middle was of our screen. Probably he caddied for me. He's from Bombay. He's from Mumbai.
Right now, I can only see half of his entire body without the face, so it will be difficult.
Yeah, you can see him. You
Yeah,
don't know
yeah, I
him?
know.
He's from Mumbai. Yeah,
I know this guy.
yeah. Just got up and out of that one. Tentative.
I just hope it was his birdie attempt, because
He got a good score going today.
yes, a bogey on the last hole will not be a very comfortable feeling. Because Lohan has played some really good golf. He was 5 under par till this hole, and him to clean up for his par attempt and call it a day.
Yeah, Himmat had a. Don't know how he would want to grade this day. He's even par today.
That's nicely done. Shake of hands of acknowledgement, and time to submit the scorecards and get the score registered. Yes, Himmat has had a even par day, and
He's a high caliber player, so he's not going to be very enthusiastic about it.
yes, absolutely. Himmat is one of
And you can
those.
see the clubhouse of the Tollygunge club. That's the veranda right in the bottom where the mesh on top, and it's been restored to its former time. Like exactly how it was 100 years ago. So for viewers who don't know, it was founded in 1895 by uh, William Dixon Cruikshank, and it was the land was acquired, partly acquired and partly leased by the son of Tipu Sultan.
Yes, that's a bit of interesting information and history. Now, what's important is for Shaurya to find the dance floor on his last hole, which is the 18th. Interestingly, the clubhouse is a little behind those eating joints, and it will be fair to call this golf course as one, two, three, four different eating areas, which can very closely be said as a part of all being the clubhouse.
Yeah, it's got enormous facilities in it. It's got tennis court, squash court, badminton court, two swimming pools, including a heating one. It's got a spa. It's got you name billiards, snooker, whatever you want, table tennis, bakery, a supermarket, a golf course, equestrian, floodlit driving range, multiple eating areas, really nice pro shop. Yeah, it's got everything.
And some really scary fauna also.
And I might be wrong on this, but a while ago I read that it was probably the most used country club in the world.
Really?
Yeah.
Possible with the amount of features and facilities it boasts.
So India boasted of two things: the most used golf club, which is the most highest number of rounds recorded in a day, which was Chandigarh Golf Course, and the most used country club, which was Tollygunge Club.
Yes, and the man from Patna, the hatter Aman Raj, with his final hole and the final tee shot for the day for him,
Yeah,
seems to have launched it really high in the air. Good job by the cameraman, and that
you can see the.
saucer bowl effect throws the ball away from the green, even though it did land on the green.
So yes, Abhinav did miss his birdie on the last hole. That was for birdie.
That's rather unfortunate for him that he missed out on that short birdie putt. But on the hindsight, what we were presuming that was a par putt.
Yeah, it's a really good round of golf.
Absolutely.
600 today.
It's a great round of golf on the moving day, and he's capitalized on it and leapfrogged his way into giving himself a realistic shot for contention.
And that's on our tee is Mohammad Sanju.
Sanju is also having a good day as he is 3 under par for the day, and that ball seems to be heading left of the green.
Yeah, not a bad place to miss it. Relatively
That's
easy
it.
up and down from there.
No, I think you forgot there's a bunker in between him and the ball in the green.
I think his ball is short of that bunker. No?
No, I mean, yeah, his ball is short of the green of the bunker, but he will have to contend with it and very less green to work with for the angle he's coming in from. And here's a look at Maniram. Maniram with his approach shot on
17.
17th. Relatively easy hole, but you have to contend with that massive banyan tree which overshadows over the green.
Yeah, it's like when you hit it, you say, okay, now miss, right?
Yes. But you really want the ball to go really, really high and avoid clipping those.
If you're coming with a wedge, it's not in play. But if you're coming with anything more than, if you're coming with a 8 or a 7 and you've laid too far back, that tree is in play.
Yes, that's the beauty of this hole and this golf course. It forces you to lay up at certain yardages if you want to take attack or pepper flag sticks, as they say. Manu seems to have done that well. He is in the middle of the fairway and looks like a gap wedge in his hand, or maybe a pitching wedge at best.
Yeah, he's relatively easy shot. He's going to get a good read on how the ball's going to move at the end from Maniram.
Yes, absolutely. He's done brilliantly. He's left himself a relatively reasonably makeable uphill putt.
Maniram going along steadily today. He was completely derailed earlier in the round, and he's made 3 birdies to come back to even par. And so the third person, which is Shankar Das on your screen, is also even par today.
And he's hit a stellar of a shot from that angle. He used that angle to his benefit. I think that's inside 5 feet, 6 feet at max.
Yep.
And it's uphill, so very, very makeable putt for Shankar Das. A brilliant shot from the on the 17th by him. We've had some real good scoring done by a lot of players. In fact, Mateus and Arjun Sharma both are 5 under par with 3 holes to go, so they can birdie.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. an iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Using the Texas wedge on number 18. Good choice of club, I think.
Yes.
It's got this false side. That means it's got that upturned saucer look to it. And, so choosing a wedge, you need to be really precise on hitting your landing spot.
Yes, absolutely. What seems to be happening over here?
Looks like it's a hydrant or something which Mohammad Sanju is taking relief from.
Yes, the further away he goes from that flagstick would be beneficial for him.
I'm just trying to determine which is his closest point of relief right now.
It would be interesting to know what is he taking relief from.
Can't see anything more than a hydrant out there. Let's go back to green number 17, which sees our tournament leader getting a good read on his putt from his playing competitor,
Yes,
Maniram,
Manu would watch with eager eyes to see what's happening.
especially towards the end. Which way does this ball go? And Maniram is into red figures today, Aditya, after
Yes.
being 3 over after 5.
Maniram has clawed his way back by pure resilience and is now one under par. So that is a brilliant fight back from the man from Madhuban Meadows.
And for our viewers who don't know where that is, you can tell us.
Yes, Madhuban Meadows is the golf course which is situated in the heart of Karnal. It's a beautiful police academy golf club, and PGTI often visits it for the feeder tour events.
So I didn't know it existed. Now I've learned something new.
It will exist for me because I have one over there. So whenever on my drive backs, while I'm driving up to the hills to my hometown, I always experience it and wave a good kiss bye to it.
Well, Manu has a good idea of what this ball is going to do towards the end, which is where it really matters. So can't put it past him on finding the hole.
Yes, absolutely. He's in hot streak as he's the hottest player on the golf course at 7 under par. Won't be surprised if he holds this and makes his way towards sole lead.
Ooh, that must have looked so good for so long. I think just ran out of a bit of steam towards the end, right?
It broke the roll extra than he would have thought because
Yeah.
it was, I mean, per se past the hole by half a roll, if not more.
I love this. His demeanor. There's no expression. This Iceman, look to him.
I mean, he's so expression
Less.
not less, but he doesn't express himself. But yeah, as if he's not even playing the practice round, he's just having a stroll on the golf course.
Reminds me a lot of our of Jyoti. Jyoti also is very similar. Had no expression while playing.
Yes, I remember Jyoti Bhiya's expression on the 16th after holding that eagle. Remember on the
He didn't
Indian-
express. He just said, "Just put his hands up," and that's about it. And start walking.
He kneeled down and punched the air, if you remember. I was
Did he?
watching that coverage. Yeah, yeah.
Shankar also making birdie, also getting into red figures on number 17. Both Maniram and Shankar were at even par playing this hole. Both moving to 10 under now. And the leader is Manu Gandas and Rahil Ganji at 15.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see a putt go in for the young man as he technically has made a one putt, but making it a Texas wedge on his second shot, he has walked off with par on that hole.
Yeah, Shaurya is shot 1 under 69 today and lies at 9 under. Mohammad Sanju has had a little bit of a comeback. He's birdied 13, 14, 15. Aditya, he's 3 under today. He's 11 under.
This will be interesting to see how he finishes the last three holes because this could be his par attempt if that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the expression says that it's a par and get away. Chip putt from that hole.
Sarthak Chipper also having a good day today, 5 under 65 to be a total of 10 under. Our clubhouse leader presently is Akshay Sharma, who's shot 64, 6 under, and is at 12 under, 3 shots behind our leaders. Abhinav Lohan, sorry, beg your pardon, is our clubhouse leader. He is shot 64 and is at 13 under. 2 shots behind our leaders, Manu Gandas and Rahil Genji. Rahil playing number 16 presently. This is the tee shot on number 18, the par 3. It's another way of saving a tee, teeing it up on the grass.
Yes, it's, I mean, preferential way of going about. Some people prefer it going off the grass, some like to tee it up. Personally, I would rather tee it up on a par 3. Gets away the possibility of getting, catching it little heavy or little steep and wasting that energy which is required to be transmitted on the ball for a purer contact.
Yeah, I guess, if you practice from the grass a lot, you want to hit it off the grass. So at Royal Calcutta, they have such a nice.
Yes, they have a
practice.
very, very good practice range over
Yeah.
there. But if the words of the wisest man on this planet playing this sport always says, tee it
And
up
this,
if
you
you
might
can.
find the hole, Aditya.
That
That's
is
the closest you'll ever see on this hole without
brilliantly
going
hit
in.
by Shankar Das. I would have looked so good. Very good shot by Shankar Das.
Yeah, and that brings us to our leader, who was the only one to make par on 17 in this trio. The other two, Maniram and Shankar, birdied it, hence had the honor.
Yes, here's a look at live look at Saptak on the hole 17th with his approach shot. Saptak also coming in from the same region where Shankar Das had. I don't think he's got that desired result, what he was looking for. Now, a look at what the leader's tee shot is going to look like. That's in a very tricky spot. Bit of a rough downhill and a bunker in between. There you have it. It such happens. Even the man who's in the top form, which is Manu Gandas, can hit a iron shot. That's the nature of this game, and Badal would be looking to make use of the good angle which he's got on this hole.
Yeah, he's coming in from exactly where you want to come in from.
I think it's as close as Shankada's ball, if not closer.
Mm-hmm. And third member of this group, Stepan Danik from the Czech Republic.
Stefan's also having a good day for him as he is 2 under par and is at 12 under par for the week. So that's a very good start to his season. He's also hit a very good shot.
Relatively easy putt up the hill.
Yes, absolutely.
Not much break in it. Because the grain is from back to front, so that ball is not going to break at all. Actually, it might be just absolutely straight because the slope's right to left, the grain's left to right. Not much in that putt.
Yes, and Shankar Das can enjoy that walk from there. And here is the man who helps us give you the live feeds, Mr. Nikhil Chopra. Sorry, Nikhil Kalan. What am I saying?
Yeah, Nikhil is person who coordinates the media for PGTI.
And Nikhil is the media head for Professional Golf Tour of India. And
Maniram probably missed it exactly where you should, in case you do.
yes, Maniram has
Pretty
missed it on the
straightforward,
correct
chip.
spot.
And he's a good chipper.
In general, he's got a very good touch for his short game.
His short game is so good, he uses it off the tee.
I'll surely be asking him that next week when I meet him.
Sizing up his chip. A little bit from his coming from his right to left. Straightforward. Not much in it. The kind of chip you are looking at to hold.
Because what's interesting about this hole right now is that the leader is in the most difficult spot of bother. And here's another look at Nikhil trying to get a glimpse of the leader. He's got a very tricky shot coming up his way.
Just needs to get out of the camera's way. I think he's got to land it into that fringe, which is
Yeah.
like a false side,
That's what looks like. He's
and-
got the sandwich in for that first soft bounce.
Yeah, and then kill it out there and let it trickle up and walk towards the hole. Not enough. Just under hit it.
I think
he had to pitch it on that slope.
I think he pitched it all right, but sometimes the grab is so strong over here, you can't do much.
I think he underhit it. It's not going to, with that loft that he has on his club, it's not going to climb up that.
Yeah, I think we need a little bit more hit on that.
Maybe a foot away from his landing spot. That's how precise you need to be when in tournament conditions the green gets fast and the landing becomes tighter.
Yes, that's true. Relatively easier up and down for Maniram. Maniram, after that birdie on 17th, would be looking to at least walk off with a relatively simple par on this hole. Expressions suggest that the ball kicked a little right than he would have liked. Let's see where has it ended.
It's just heavy-handed, man. It's
Yeah.
not the length of putt you want on the last hole.
Yes, especially not from the caliber of Maniram. He's a very good short game player, and this is as simple as that up and down comes for this hole, in case you've missed the green.
He's relatively short arms, right? He has to really bend sideways to get to the bottom of his pocket. A little bit like Shiv Prakash, I remember. He has the same physical attribute. Oh, multiple winner in former times.
Bit of a crucial shot for the leader, tied leader, Manu, as he is in co-lead with Rahil at 15 under par. That's the third shot on the par 3. That's a brilliant touch. Does 2 rolls right of its intended destination.
Yeah, that was really good technique there. It was he had the correct amount of sharp lean coming into that chip. It's how you want to play that chip. Make sure you have a little extra sharp lean so you catch the ball first and nestle down a bit. Manira. Little more work than he would have wanted on number 18 for his par.
Yes, absolutely. He's left himself a very sizable putt considering the angle he was coming in from.
So Arjun has birdied 15 and he's gone to 14 under. So he's still very much in the thick of things. He was a little derailed in the middle.
Yes, absolutely. Arjun's kept his round intact in terms of some of the Aaron tee shots which he's had, but in totality, he's at one under par. And Maniram, what a beautiful putt he's holed out. That'll be a bit of a sign of relief from him.
That incredible tee shot by Shankar, leaving he left himself nothing more than 2 feet for his birdie on number
18.
18, and which will take Shankar
11 under
to
par.
2 under for today and 11 under for the tournament. You never know in golf. He's very much in it.
Yes, absolutely. Nicely hold. And Shankar at 11 under par also has a opportunity to fire up a great round tomorrow and try and contend for the inaugural tournament of the season.
And Shankar at one point was it's a couple of over for the day. So good comeback, man.
Yeah, Shankar at one point of time was one over for the day, but thanks to that eagle on 13th, he found his merry way towards red figures. And as you can see on your screens, the referee is trying to take a photograph of something in the bunker and identified the lie to help out the professional golfer. Saptak seems to be in a spot of bother. There's something happening, and
So that's a referee who's taken a picture and referred it to our tournament director Sampath Chari to get a clarification on the rules.
I don't think that's happened. He's taken a rolling. He's taken a photograph to identify somebody's footprints, which are caused the issue. Because the second he took that photograph, he said he can't do anything about it. Maybe a unraked or poorly raked bunker, which has left difficult condition for the player.
Yes, rubber of the green as far as golf is concerned.
Yes, rather unfortunate for anybody to happen, but Saptak has hit a very good shot out of there. So great job by the young man, not perturbed by the unforced difficult lie which he got, and here's to hoping that he holds out the putt and walks away unscraped. As you can see in the background, the leaders are making their way towards the approach shot on 17th hole, which would mean that we are drawing closer towards the end of round three of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2024, presented by Tolly Club. Stefan, after hitting that brilliant approach shot, has relatively got a makeable birdie putt. Something
Yeah,
straight,
there's not much.
straightish
There's not
is
much in
what.
this part. It doesn't move that much. So,
Yeah.
and he can be a little aggressive. It's up to him. So, well, if he holds it, it'll take him to 13 under and just 2 shots adrift. Then Arjun has hit his tee shot in position A1. This is the penultimate trio of Stepan, Saad,
Very nicely hold. Stefan,
Stepan,
Sarthak, and Badal, all three.
Saptak, and Badal.
Yeah.
We have two youngsters whose names are very similar, Saptak Talwa and Chartak Chipar. So, pardon us if we get it wrong.
I mean, if you throw in Stefan also, it's very close to what Saptak and that is. So easy to have a slip of tongue over there. Now, after that very good bunker shot from a rather precarious lie for Saptak, is hoping that he holds it out. And in the background, you can see Mr. Sampachari lurking around, making sure there is no trouble bothering the players in terms of rulings and advice if required.
Yeah, clean up attempt by Saptak on number 17. Very well hold, young man.
Yes, that's a beautiful up and down for the young man after being in a spot of bother. Showcases the mindset of a player. Nice, calm, collected, as the way if he wants to keep this as a career option, and he is showcasing that he's already got it. So that should take him long ways into desired goals towards his career. Now, Badal, after that prolific approach shot on hole number 17th, would want to make quick amends of this, hold it, and forget about the few misfortunes with the putter which he's had. Very nicely done. Kept the flagstick in, hit it just a fraction harder so that the ball does not deviate off target, and from a very good position for this particular flag, Arjun Prasad taking practice swings, and I guess they're waiting for the defending champion Sachin to execute his approach shot on hole number 17.
Arjun with the best angle into this flag on number 17. Not sure if he's in the fairway though. Yeah, looks like he's coming from the first cut. Little bit of a flyer there, Aditya. Not sure where that ball ended up.
Yeah, absolutely no clue where that bottle ended up. But Sachin has left himself a reasonable birdie attempt. Bit of a downhill putt for him, but still the length is not that much. Now, the question is the man who is leading the tournament at 16 under par, where is he placing his golf ball? All right, so he's done a good job on with his approach shot. He's left himself about 14 feet downhill birdie putt on 17.
And he's birdied 16. Not very many birdies today on 16.
Yeah, that birdie on 16th and the
No, actually, it's a
blemish
lot of birdies on 16.
and
Big number back.
a blemish on the last hole by Manu has meant that Rahil has sole lead by 2 shots.
Yeah.
And after that approach shot on 17th, it looked like he can better it.
Yep. Absolutely.
Now, Badal, after that brilliant birdie on the 17th hole, is ready to tee it up for his final hole of the day.
Badal 3 under and 12 under for the tournament. Looks like he's
Starting
started
it a
way
little
right.
right of the hole and trying to draw it in. Comes up substantially short in terms of distance.
Yeah, when you're trying to draw it and it doesn't draw, that means you left the club face open.
Yeah, there's one ball on the green which feels like it's pin high, but on the other spectrum of the green.
Stefan's
Yeah,
tee shot on the right side of the green.
but if you look at it, it's a good shot where Stefan's ball has ended up because the width of this green is not much and he's pin high,
Yeah.
signing up for a uphill right to left.
Yeah. Pretty easy to catch the speed on that. So
Yeah, Saptak after that brilliant up and down to save his par would be trying to stiff it close if possible. No great feeling for anybody to walk off with the birdie on the
yeah, looks like it's
difficult.
online also.
Yeah, it looks like it's online on the difficult par 318th.
Yeah.
Well, that's a very good shot. Only outbested by Shankar Das's ball, if we are not
Probably
wrong.
pitched at the same place, but had more bite on it.
Yeah. Shankar Das has a little lower ball flight, so hence more release.
Yeah.
I think Arjun's missed the green onto the right side. Yeah, he's got a wedge in his hand. But the good thing is he's got enough green to work with.
Yeah, he's and it's a little downhill though, but not very fast.
Not very fast, and plus he's got enough green to work with from the looks of it. And
He's been
he's
chipping.
showcased some
Yeah.
really good up and downs and also a chip in on the fifth. So here's to hoping that he can replicate that fifth hole magic. That's a good chip from that line and reasonable length of par attempt, like maybe about 4 feet left
4 feet, yeah.
for Arjun.
But
Arjun's had a blow hot, blow cold kind of a day today, but the good thing is that he's managed to stay in the thick of things
I'm
and
sure he's learned a
not spiral
lot.
out.
It's he's come into the situation after a long time. So finding his feet in a situation like this.
All right, so here is the birdie attempt coming up from our leader, Rahil Ganji. Rahil has just about somehow managed to miss that hole because that ball looked like tracking all the way. And it's a foot pass, less than a foot pass. That means it's on line. Nonetheless, a solid par on the hole number 17th means Rahil has got a two-shot cushion over his closest contenders who are chasing in a pack, which is Manu and Arjun Prasad. Arjun's got a sizable 4 feet, 5 feet putt left for his par, and Sachin, if he can make this, should get his scorecard back to level par for the day. That was a very good chip by Badal from substantial distance. Yes, the walk says it all for Sachin. He's had one of those kind of days where he's had decent looks at birdies, but a slightly cold putter has not helped him further his case towards defending the title. All right, on your screen, where you can see the screen being split into two. Hole number 17th is a crucial moment for Arjun to hold out his par attempt to stay at 14 under par, 1 under for the day. And Stefan would be trying to hold out his long distance birdie putt and further his case to join the people sitting pretty at 14 under par. Wow, that was a very good putt. Just missed out by being a roll onto the right hand side by Stefan. And Arjun Prasad has hold his putt. That means he is still tied second with Manu Gandas at 14 under par. But you got to admire the spirit of the young man at 14 under par. Arjun, he is still red figures. It's all right. He's lost the lead, but his demeanor and attitude has remained the same,
Yeah,
calm, composed.
I've loved the way it is the rhythm to his putting stroke. It has not changed from the first putt that he hit.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, and he hasn't shown his processes have been consistent. Every day is Sunday. You have some days like this. You learn from them, become and move on.
Yes, Saptak with his birdie attempt. If
Really
he
good
can
roll on
hold
that ball.
this, if he can hold this, if he can hold this, he would have joined
And
14 under
how
par.
did that stay out?
Yeah, he just needed that whiff of a roll towards the left hand. The ball was
It's such a
perfectly
pure. The
paced.
ball was rolling so purely on that. You could
Yeah,
see how good that stroke was.
that even maybe a dimple or two of the ball was on the left hand side. I was inside. Now Badal, after that very good chip shot, has this left for his par attempt.
Badal cleaning up on number 18. The stage set for our.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
18th hole, it is time for Sachin to try and make a birdie and further his case to defending his title as he's sitting pretty at
I think he's
9 under par.
lost a little bit of ground today. It's one over. He's probably the only one today in the last few groups to be over par.
Yes, he is amongst the top 24 players, 23 players who's only over par by one.
Yeah.
But of a strange day for him. I'm sure he'll bounce back with that tomorrow because too good a player to not do that. Just trickling away from the green that golf ball, but a very realistic chip in or a Texas wedge putt in from that range because it's a relatively easier place to be in case you miss this green. And here's the man of the hour for round three of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2004, presented by Tolly Club. Rahil Ganji, who is sitting comfortably pretty at 16 under par. He's got a great round going off 6 under par. And to might add, blemish free 6 under par.
Yeah.
That's great.
He's never looked like dropping a stroke also. This looks to be just a wee bit right of his target, but it's on the green still. It's that's been his day. He's given himself a chance on every hole.
Yes, absolutely. Rahel's been striping it from beginning of the day. I mean, he was the first player who took driver out on that hole. No, sorry, Manu Gandas was the first person to take driver out on the first hole. But yes, he's been playing aggressive. He's been hitting it good and has given himself ample opportunities to be at a score which he's sitting at.
I don't. I haven't. I can't recollect him missing a green in regulation today. I can't.
Here's a
From
look
whatever
at-
we saw on
here's a
TV, we don't. I haven't seen him missing a green in regulation.
Yeah, here's a look at Arjun. Arjun is at 14 under par, and the final tee shot of the day is away for him. This seems to be heading
A little left, yes.
Probably Manu territory.
No, maybe wrong. It's faded back, I guess. You can see that ball is pitched and kicked right, so you can
Yeah.
see there's a little left to right spin on it.
He's given himself an absolute real opportunity to make that putt and move clear from that tie with Manu to from 14 under par to being at 15. And the way he's been putting and holding out a few putts,
Yeah,
I fancy his chances of doing that.
yeah, very much so. His putting stroke has looked really good today. Our leaders walking towards the final hole, and we are coming to the end of our live telecast of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2024 presented by Tollygunge Club. Tollygunge Club, for the people who don't know, is one of the oldest golf courses in our country. It's dated back to 1895, and it looks in pristine conditions this year. Very benign weather conditions, hardly or no wind. Hello. This is Amit from the commentary booth. Okay.
Sachin has left himself a reasonably simple up and down for the 18th hole, and
Himself with also straight down the grain, slightly down.
especially with the streak he's at, I won't be surprised if he just holds it for the galleries, which he's following our leaders. Good to see members enjoying the day out and supporting their favorite professionals and enjoying beautiful golf being played on their home course. That's the advantage when the best of the best are in your home course. You get to see how good this game can be played and how to do some really good scoring on even difficult flag positions.
Sachin with his chip, straightforward, looking to hold this.
A bit of a soft release than he was expecting on this.
Ball sitting down a bit on the fringes, so it's not the easiest to judge.
Yes, absolutely. It looked like he was expecting us,
More of a release on it.
yeah, more of a first bounce release, which didn't happen.
Hello. So this remaining short.
Yes, absolutely. Let's see what it transpires into. It looks very good,
Okay,
but
I'll
has
take my
come
words
up
back.
about two rolls short.
He'll call you back.
Last stroke for the day, hopefully for Arjun Prasad, which helps him break the tie, a three-way tie at 14 under par, and make sure that he is again in the leader group. So
Yeah.
eager bets await.
And
Looks like a
this
very good stroke on a
is
very
off the
good
line
line, and it did an absolute.
You see what happened to Saptak a while ago? It's the absolute opposite that
Yeah,
happened to
Saptak's
Arjun.
ball dove that exact amount on towards the right hand side,
Yeah.
and his went towards the left hand side. That's very, very surprising.
But they were a little bit. Saptak was coming a little bit more from the left. He had a little less line on him.
That's could be the only logical explanation, and this is also a very important part for Sachin to not drop another shot, as he is at 1 over of the day and is the current defending champion. Nicely hold. Not a day to remember for Sachin, as 1 over par is not the round he was expecting for himself. There you have it. The leaders have finished the round, and
Yeah, it's the end of third day's play, and we have a new leader now, Rahil Ganji at 16 under, followed by trio at 14 with Manu, Saptak, and Arjun. Okay.
are you going to put him on speaker? To
And then I'm going
All right, here are a few highlights of how the day has transpired, and how the lead has been relinquished and grabbed on by Rahil from Arjun Prasad. And Rahil has a two-shot lead for which would seem to be the final stretch of 18 holes, which begin tomorrow. So those of you who would want to enjoy the coverage can log on to these various portals where you can log in and check and watch, enjoy the final day proceedings of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2024 presented by Tolly Club.
We have on our screen Manu. Manu, this is Amit from the commentary booth at ABP. Manu, really solid round by you, barring the blemish on the last hole. So tell us, what was your mindset going into today? 5 shots adrift. Yeah, we saw that you show very little emotion on the golf course, so it was not easy to see whether you were happy or not happy with the way things are going, which is, I think, a very good trait. So another thing, you're chasing down Rahil and he's 2 shots ahead. And what would be your attitude going into tomorrow for this tournament? Yeah, that's probably very well said, and this is what we expect from you also. So all the best for tomorrow, and hope you go deep and give us some excitement here. Thanks. So, this brings us back to the end of our live telecast of the third day's play of the PGTI Players Championship 2024, presented by Tollygunge Club from the beautiful Tollygunge Golf Club in Kolkata. And it's me here, Amit Dubey, with my co-host Aditya, signing off. And we'll see you tomorrow for exciting days golf. Goodbye and good night.